Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Monday. It is a stormy Monday here. Really windy, really rainy, which is how I kind of like it. But, especially on days when I'm not going outside. Anyway, let's get started. We've got a few bits to get on with today. We're going to start by looking at the monthly report, going through that together. And then I'm going to jump in with Tony and APOC, and we are going to do some off-grid treasure hunts. See if we can decipher all the treasure. Mithras, thank you so much for the 100 cheer. As always, my friend, much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Let's see who's here. So we have Scott, JJ, Tactical Jawa, William, Sandman, Deplorable, and Ruddin. L7 YouTube, welcome. And then over on Twitch, we have Sandman, Coffee, Deacon, Mighty Steed, Quantum Kit, Silent Blob, JKT, Sizen, Rhino, Dimitri, Hobo, Nexus, Academy, Jones, Victura, Hyper, Interitus, Glut, Derek, Siren, Mithras, of course, Joshua, and Gonji, 07 Twitch, and Ghost, Obi, welcome. You've made such a habit of having a coffee at the start of the SMB stream that if I ever see Ryan in person in a sitcom, I'm going to have a Pavlovian thirst for some caffeine. What's a Pavlovian thirst? Talking of coffee, by the way. Now's the time to sip. Oh, there's nothing quite like, especially on a rainy day, but it doesn't really matter. When a stream is, when the stream starts, I get everything set up. I go and do what I need to do, get some water, make a coffee, sit down, and then I'm just like, let's do this. I love it. Pavlov's dog, every time they fed the dog, they rang the bell. Oh, I see. So it's kind of like that, the original influences. Every time you see me having a coffee, you want one. I'm kind of like that, though. If I'm ever watching, like, a film or a series, and I see someone grab a beer, I'm like, okay, pause it, I need to go grab a beer. It's terrible. No, I don't think we have the 6th clue yet. So far, I from what I understand, there are 5 clues. Lance, welcome. But yes, first time I've heard of Pavlov's dog. Hope he's doing all right. So you associate my stream with coffee, do you, Steed? Oh yeah, it could be today that we get the 6th clue with this week. How many clues are there supposed to be then? Do we know? Getting a fake O2 thing about SIM card being deactivated, but it's from a random number. So many scam calls, it's crazy. Skylark, 07 and welcome. Is this going to be the last one, you think? Rulin, welcome. It's how you control your intake. You've put it in my hands. Oh, that's risky. Monstrous, 07. Did it not work? Oh, yeah. Is it just a sub-only command? It shouldn't be, should it? From what I understand. Worked for you. Sorry, Roland. Not sure what happened there. Anyway, what's been going on? It's been the weekend. Had a nice weekend, to be fair. We had the roof fixed, finally. Still got the scaffolding up, but they'll take that away probably when Storm Amy isn't lashing around. I had a nice walk yesterday. Summer had gone to bed. Rachel was just working out, and it was just bombing it down with rain, really windy. So I was just like, I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to go for a walk in the rain, get all, clothed up. And it was lovely. And then I've just been working on starcitizen stuff, just relaxing. What did we do yesterday? I can't even remember what we did. You heard there were 6 clues last year. Yeah, I guess if it's the same thing, then the chances are there'll be 6. Who knows, though? They may bring more clues, but if it was 6 last year, they'll probably stick to the same thing. Yeah, it works for you, Academy. Works for Jones. Try it again, Rulin. See if it works. It might just be that it was having a brain fart until Sandman did it. Yo, Alaskan. How you doing? Welcome. Oh, there we go. It's working. I don't know why you decided not to do it to start with. You went camping last week, Monstrous. Got some pictures, but then the phone had an update and corrupted it, so you had to roll it back. No. Where did you go camping? Have a nice time. Apollinoa, L7. You live on the hill on the end of a terrace, and the wind whips past my house and howls. Oh, very cool. Well, where we live, there's like a lot of... We're in like a valley, and so when you go over the stiles to, up like a farm track to some stiles, there's some really nice just rolling hills. And I just went and stood at the top of one of these hills, and just stood there in the rain and stuff. If anyone actually saw me, which I don't think they did, but if they did, they would probably be a bit freaked out, because I had a big black coat on with my hood up, and I was just literally stood on the hill in the rain and the wind, not doing anything, just sort of looking around. But to them, it would have just been this weird black figure doing nothing in the rain. It would probably freak a lot of people out, but, it's nice. Zach, welcome. It is regarding the treasure hunt, the Pirate Week treasure hunt. They keep giving out these little clues where you've got to go and follow those clues and figure out where the treasure is. Azrin, welcome. Sober, good morning. Oh, 7. Is Sandman breaking things again? No, it looks like he actually fixed things. A mod replacement. Why do we keep him on the payroll? Don't tell him he's not on the payroll. Back in my hometown area with some friends stealth camping. Ah, cool. I've never been stealth camping before. It's definitely something I'd like to try, though. What, stood on the hill, just stood there, Bog? I mean, I get it, right? It looks a bit freaky. If I was walking along and saw someone like that, I'd be like, what on earth is going on? But when you're doing it for yourself, and you're just like, I'm just enjoying the weather. I'm literally doing nothing. I get it. Troy, Volteca, welcome. 07. Artyom, how you doing? Thank you so much. Much appreciated, my friend. That's very kind of you to say. You're not hanging around today? Got things to do? You went for a walk in the pouring rain, like straight up summer storm downpour, wearing a heavy black jacket, and ended up just chilling at the top of a ridge. Kind of just started off into nowhere, staring off into nowhere, contemplating life. Yeah, it's those moments that you take for yourself that, I suppose, I don't know, maybe it's being a guy, people are like, guys don't think that deeply, do they? They won't just be stood up there contemplating things. But I was just looking around, just really enjoying the fact that it was wet and stormy and windy, and it's just that, that sort of fresh, cold rain as it whips you in the face. There's something so pleasurable about that. I don't know what it is. You camped in an abandoned industrial building. Someone else went in and kind of was up on top of the vending machine, crouched. Just went sleeve. Oh man, the urge to kind of troll people in real life is fun there. And then a cop came and tapped you on the shoulder and asked if you were all right. You're like, yeah, just contemplating life, thanks. Volos, how you doing? Well, thankfully, nobody... Well, not that I know of. Oh, my goodness, Hyper. Oh, my goodness, mate. What did you do? Firstly, Volos, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. And then Hyper. I hope you like Jack Black, guys. Hyper, have something of everything there, my friend. Thank you so much for the 50 gift sub. Holy moly. Thank you so much, my friend. That is very kind of you. Jedi, how you doing? I'll just scroll down and past all of that stuff. Much appreciated, Hyper. You creeped an old lady out that lives down the road. She looks out of her window and sees. I mean, that's the thing though. Like, you can completely understand where that person was coming from, looking at someone stood in a long dark coat, not moving for a long period of time. They're gonna be like, who is this person? I would be freaked out by it. If I saw myself doing the same thing, I would be freaked out by it. Hyper, thank you so much. If you did receive a gift sub, which is, there's gonna be 50 of you, please do drop an exclamation 07 and thank Hyper, because it is much appreciated. My side, thank you so much, sir. Lift, welcome. Tomato King, welcome as well. Curse of being over 6 foot. If you have a proper raincoat, you look terrifying. Yeah, but that's because of the movies. Like, lo and behold, they actually come up to speak to us. You've got either APOC or myself, or you, Mighty, stood in. We're gonna be like, oh, hi, how you doing? Like the kindest of people you would ever meet. A hooded trench coat. Yeah, like I say, the movies though, right? Not to do with reality. Got a meeting in 15. No work, no money, no happy Chris. I know that feeling, my friend. Well, thank you for hanging out with us and saying hello. And enjoy your meeting. I'm sure it'll be super enthralling. I mean, it might be, to be fair. Azrin, welcome. I'm not sad that there's no Squadron at CitizenCon. I was expecting it, and I was a bit like, oh, I'm surprised there isn't. But as they said, they're just heads down getting on with it. So there's not really much more, especially that that they can show off. I mean, I'm sure there is, but they want to build the hype when it's on the road to releasing. A lot of people. There was one comment that was like, so you're not going to talk about Squadron being delayed again? And I'm like, oh, for God's sake. Firstly, that way of asking is a dick message, right? So you're not going to... It's like, no, I'm not. Why? Because you told me to. But secondly, no one's delayed Squadron. Squadron hasn't been delayed. It's just they're working on it. They're knuckling down. As it stands right now, it's still scheduled to release 2026 at some point. Nothing's changed. It's so stupid. But of course, people fret, or I don't know, maybe there's someone going around saying that it's been delayed. Who knows? Tech, welcome. But yeah, I would be happy to see whatever they present at CitizenCon. There will be some things that I'm looking forward to seeing, hoping they'll show off. Whether they do or not, I don't know. Yes, I will be somewhat disappointed if they don't, but at the same time, if they've decided to show something else, I'm sure that'll be interesting in its own right. So, yeah, it's a shame that we won't see Squadron, but rightfully so. They're just cracking on with it. They're getting it sorted to get it released, and hopefully it comes in 2026. End of the day, it might be delayed. Who knows? I've been waiting for it for beyond a decade. So if it gets delayed, I'm not going to be like, right, that's it, I'm done. It's just the way it goes. You can't wait until you can light a campfire. What do you mean, Hyper? What does that mean? Oh man, that's creepy, Hybrid. That's so creepy. So you look really stocky when you had the big coat on. Spillane, welcome. Big George, welcome. 07, guys. Scrolling down. Vilkrim, welcome. 2 more days. Oh, you got on a honeymoon? Oh, very nice. Congratulations, sir. Yeah, exactly. They're gonna jump to conclusions. They're gonna assume it's delayed, and if it does, it gets delayed. Whatever. Yeah, hopefully we won't see review bombing. I'm doing good, thank you, Tech. Yeah, really good. Are you? I want to camp in the game. Oh, I see. Yeah, being able to gather wood and light a yeah, absolutely. That would be so nice. Crisp, good day. I would think that they must have a go, no-go date for Squadron. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know, but like you say, there will be a set time period for a proper marketing campaign. Absolutely. And, you know, if they determine that it's going to be delayed, then they'll let us know. As it stands right now, it hasn't. And that's the point. These people assuming that it's been delayed because of what Jared said. When he went on and said, that doesn't mean it. That doesn't mean it's been delayed. He's just speaking on his part that he doesn't know the future. You know, that's just the way it goes. Someone from nowhere, how you doing? This is Squadron 42's live gameplay reveal from CitizenCon last year. Welcome, thank you for the follow, by the way. I honestly would rather have a game that's like 90% ready that releases in 2026 than one is perfect. Well, at the end of the day, it depends on what the 10% is. You know, what would I determine as releasable versus what would Chris determine as releasable? Who knows? I'm excited for it. I want it to come when it's ready and when it's good. I don't want it to be rushed out, and thankfully they don't have to. But if that 10% that's remaining is an absolute shambles of a problem, then of course it should be held off. But end of the day, you know, GTA got delayed. Every game gets delayed. But Squadron has been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. So it's like, it has to release at some point, right? Ziggs, welcome. When do I think the Asgard will be in game stores? I'm hoping with 431. Generally, usually it's every quarterly patch. The previous release ship will go into the game. Now that's never really followed suit, to the date. But Jared did say somewhat recently that they are going to try and be better at getting ships into the game to be purchasable in game at a much quicker rate than what they used to be. Like he kind of made a solemn vow that he would do that. So I'm hoping 431 could bring it, if not before the end of the year. But technically, it would be better if it was the next patch after its patch release, if that makes sense. Jason, welcome. Starts feeling like they're farming money. I've loved this game for so long, but it's getting harder. They're not farming money. At the end of the day, if they released the game, it would sell far more everything than if they held it in alpha, right? The idea that they're holding it in alpha because they can generate more money from ship sales is backwards thinking. It doesn't work like that. If they released the game as this is a finished product, here we go, more people would buy it. So it really doesn't make sense. They're just continuing the funding because it's a good, useful model. It's a model that works and makes them millions of pounds every year while they continue to finish the game and push the game. But there are no deadlines. From the very beginning, there has been no deadline. Well, not from the very beginning, but there has been no deadlines. It is just ready when it's ready. And I'm fine with that. It just takes as long as it takes. But for me, when it does come, I'll be happy. I'm happy now playing what we have. Things do get delayed, and I'm sure things have been pushed back unnecessarily, or because Chris might be a perfectionist. I'm sure that happens. But at the end of the day, as long as it's good, which it already is for me with the PU, I'm already having the best time in the PU than I've had in any game, I'm fine with it. But of course, everybody's individual. They have their own deadlines, and people take breaks. I mean, there's people that have been, was following my content from day one who have taken a break. They check in every now and again. It's fine. It's the way to do it. Ferg, welcome. 7. Peanut, welcome. Yeah, exactly. When Jared says, I don't know about Squadron, it's literally just, he can't predict the future. That's all he's saying, No, Franks, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. I think the issue is there seems to be a very woolly understanding of what is ready. That'd be a great thing to have out in public. What do you mean? In the past, it was more like 6 months between release and in-game availability. Do you mean the ship? Yeah, oh yeah. In terms of getting ships out. Yeah, ideally it was supposed to be the next patch they roll out, but I mean, it's even been longer than 6 months between ships being, you know, released and then in-game. It's, as Jared rightfully says, they're going to do better to try and bridge that gap, because it shouldn't take that long. The ships should be available in-game. I get the set period. Like, give them a good chance to, firstly, reward those who are paying real cash for them and maximize the sales, but then, at a reasonable speed, accurately, start releasing them into the game as well. Well, I don't know, Azrin, that's the thing. I have no idea how much they'll have spent on Squadron. Of course, it's blurred because you've got Squadron and Star Citizen. It's not all the money goes into one and then all the rest goes into another. They are mixed games. They all use similar tech, so assets can be shared. However much they've spent, though, I have no idea. But I suspect over the years of continuing to play Squadron, continuing to play the PU, I would hope they'd earn it back, but I don't know. It's been alpha for a decade, and a large part of that, I think, is feature bloat. So at some point... No, so actually, the feature bloat did start with the, I suppose, 10 for the chairmans, the, what do you call it, the stretch goals. Absolutely. They got to 65 million, and they were like, wow, we really need to start building something and not just promise everything at each of these goals. But the reason why it's taking so long is a few reasons. You've got... They started out with 12 people. They needed to build the company, the engine, the tools. There's been lots of delays with the tech. There's been, you know, we've designed this tech, but now we realize we need this tech as well that doesn't exist, and we need to create that to make this work. Most of it is the technical side of things. Like, if Star Citizen was to release when they originally stated they wanted it to release, it would be Starfield. Technically, visually, it would be Starfield. As a game that, you know, Starfield released in what, 2025? 24? I can't remember now, but that's what we would have got. Instead, they pushed the tech to try and do something that hasn't been done before at this scale, and that is why it's taking so long. And yeah, as you say, back in the day, there was a handful of people working on it, and they've had to build all these companies, you know, studios. They've had to figure out their engine, they've had to build the tools, and they're building 2 games at the same time, while maintaining a playable version of it. It's understandable why it's taken so long. Of course, nobody expects it to take that long. You can't foretell the future in that regard, but that's just what it takes. Yo, Nagita. Oh, good, thank you. How are you? Nos, welcome. Yeah, Star Citizen, if it released in... Well, Starfield is what Star Citizen would have been if Star Citizen was to release in what, 2014, 2015, which was the original expected release date, post-Kickstarter. It was exactly as outlined. You know, planets with loading screens, various landing places. It changed. They worked those guys into the ground as well. Oh, have you been in and spoken to them, have you? Their office is in the same building as mine in Manchester. They work the creators really hard. Well, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I haven't spoken to them. Most of the time they seem pretty happy, but I'm sure some people aren't. You could speak to... I mean, I've managed teams, definitely not that scale. We were talking up to 20 people. And I can guarantee, in those 20 people, 2 of them won't be happy with the way I manage teams. They won't like what I say. There's a lot of people in a company like that size. And on average, it seems like the majority are quite happy. You're going to get people who aren't because of their work ethic, their understanding of what they expect to be, you know, treated and so forth. I'm not saying they shouldn't be treated well. Of course they should. but you always get bad seeds. But, you know, you get a studio of that scale, there's going to be people who are unhappy. It's just inevitable. Jonathan, welcome. Planet Tech was probably the biggest instigator for creep. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's one of those, like back in, 2014, 2015, when No Man's Sky was kind of making tracks with procedural generation. They were like, we're going to put an R&D team into looking into procedural generation. No guarantees of anything. We're just going to research it and see if it can be utilized by us, by CIG. And then they find out they can. But of course, that has a huge knock-on effect to the original premise of a Starfield-style game versus physicalized planets. And, I mean, I'm sure there are people who will be like, I would prefer them to do it the other way, the original way. I think the majority, including myself, are very much make them procedural. It sounds cool. But, of course, that extends the timeline, and that's just the way it goes. Monstrous. Thank you, sir. I will have another bit of coffee, maybe. Yeah, you can't please everybody. And absolutely there will be people who are not happy. But the majority of the time, if you have 20 people, one of them unhappy, the one that's unhappy will make the most noise and call out, even if their claims are unjustified, because they're the ones that feel hurt. And people will always speak up quicker about being wronged than being righted. Being righted. So I will always, in my head, create some percentage of, out of my experience, that's going to happen. It's just the way it goes. Flood, welcome. Yeah. And, of course, they don't want crunch. They don't want to do crunch. It's a horrible side of any industry that creates a lot of stress. But, yeah, in the space of 10 years, the first time they've ever done it, of course it's going to knock people in the wrong way. And whether they should have done it, I don't know. Maybe not. But at the same time... And again, I think a lot of it is generational. Not that it's right, but I remember working 2 or 3 jobs, split shift, throughout the day when I was younger, just constant, because I wanted to get paid. Very rarely would I just complain about something, being overworked or whatever, because at the end of the day, the amount of time you put in, the more money you pull back, less time you put in. But of course, if you feel wronged by that, then yeah, you should stand up for yourself and do what you think is right. Yeah. Majority of people who work on Star Citizen are excited for the project. But of course, that isn't going to be everybody. Spears, absolutely. Yeah. There is nothing like Star Citizen. And that's why I've already experienced that in this alpha, this limited alpha that we have now. So I'm quite content with them to keep pushing. And that is from a man who is 38, 39 in 2 days. So, I've got time ahead of me to play it. Everyone is in different areas of their life, different times of their life, and of course that will impact their opinion on how long something should take and so on. Well, yeah, in a way it's crunch time, as much as right now I don't think they're in a specific crunch, in terms of what the word means. Yeah, exactly. It's more, they're just heads down. The same reason why this year we're not getting a lot of Inside Star Citizens and Star Citizen Lives with, people, all the devs coming in and chatting, because they just want to get their heads down and make progress. They just want to get things to a good place, at which point they can then take a sit back and work on things again, and show off things again. That's not to say that there won't be a horrible traditional crunch come to the end of Squadron 42's where the release is coming up. And I can assure you, some of the people probably complaining about timelines slipping and delays happening and pushbacks are the same people complaining that they're asking people to crunch. It's just, let them crack on with it. Getting old. Yeah, 39 on the 17th. Then it's the big 4-0. Crazy. Smith, welcome. And then it'll be the big 4-1. And the Big Four, too. Speaking of alpha games, do you have any interest in Jump Space now? No, I have very little interest in anything else. Mostly because I don't have time to invest in playing anything. I have a lot of games that I've played and left. Kingdom Come, the latest Kingdom Come, I jumped on that and played it for quite a bit, and then I haven't touched it since. I'm now just like, Star Citizen is kind of where I want it to be, to have a great time. So I'm doing that, and then there's not enough time to play that either. Tiberius, how are you doing? Thank you, Tech. I will actually be streaming on my birthday, which as a lot of you will know, previous years, in my 20s and early 30s, I would do a lot of long streams with drinking and so forth and lots of giveaways. Then I just sort of stopped doing it because of various personal things, and now with summer, most of the stream days my birthdays haven't fallen on a stream day. So, whereas I would usually stream, I'm not gonna, take more time out from Rachel and take my time away from Rachel and Summer, whereas Wednesday is a normal stream day, so it's just happened that it's landed on that and I will be working, which is good. I enjoy it. Stacks, how you doing? Hoons, welcome. Should be cool though. It's like a rogue co-op space game that visually hits a lot of Star Citizen feelings. At the end of the day, there's so many great games out there that I do partially feel like I miss out on for the various reasons. But right now, I'm a very fussy gamer in all honesty anyway. So any little thing can annoy me in a game. So I always want to have, that's why Star Citizen hits so well for me, because it sort of ticks all those boxes. But right now, it's like, I get up, make breakfast, we do, we work, and then on an evening, I prioritize now just working out, and then it'll either be, there's my time to game, or chill, and generally I'm just knackered, so I will just chill, or spend time with Rach. So it's just different priorities at the moment. But I'm sure as time goes on, as summer ages, things will change. Yo, Dirtbag, how you doing? Thank you so much. Welcome to the Almost 40 Club. Yeah. There are a few of us who are almost 40. Am I fuzzy? What do you mean? Oh, you sneezed and almost gave yourself a concussion. That's partly why I'm doing a lot of working out, because even just general day-to-day stuff is like, holy crap, that hurts. Why does that hurt so much? Anyway, let's crack on with the monthly report, because we have a good chunk to get through, and I want to jump in and do some off-grid treasure hunting with Deacon and APOC, or Tony and APOC. Let's get it right. So, firstly, I've covered the ships update. That was a while back when it first came out. I've just covered the core gameplay pillar. I like to take that out of there and go into more depth with just the work they've been doing, because that's where I'm fascinated about. But also, if I was to be as in-depth in that as I am in the main monthly report update, the video would just be nearly like an hour long. The Almost 50 Group Academy. You started hitting the gym more too, but mainly because I did an accidental flex pose and realized that Tone is still hiding under there. It's like somewhere there. Do you know, I've only been doing this calisthenics for maybe 5 months now. I remember it was around early May that I started, because we took Summer to a circus. Just a real, 2-bit sort of gypsy circus. Really cool, though. And seeing the people there, who were, a lot of them older than I am, just doing these crazy, swings and like the women holding onto these ropes as they go around. Like, their backs were just muscle. And I was like, that for some reason, out of all this time, that is what inspired me to get into it. So then I looked into calisthenics. I got ChatGPT to come up with a plan and a diet plan. And since then, the progression, it feels like I've been doing it years. The progression in my body, in my health, from around the 1st of May, early May, to now, is like, holy crap, this is like a whole different person. So and it's good because it's not like, it's only like 45 minutes a night. And it just feels like it's making such progress. So it's really, I'm just enjoying it, really. You played football in nearly 9 years. My legs have stayed toned as AF. And you got a southern boy res kid strength. Yeah, I used to love playing football. I miss football so much. I just remember being 17, getting a chance to play for my local town. And then for the first time coming up against defenders who are grown men, who are like shit brick houses. I was up front because I'm not a forward player. I'm like a winger because I'm quick. But I remember them thinking that I could just get the ball and take it round them. I would go running at them and they'd just step in front of me. Usually I'm playing against my own age, maybe a little bit older, and I'm whipping around them all. This time it was like, you know, that sort of legal but dirty, where they just sort of shoulder badge you, and because you're this super lightweight kid, you're just like, whoa! So that was kind of a wake-up call. So you went from £450 to £208. Wow, that is quite a loss there, mate. And that's from playing football, was it? Ruby, how you doing? Oh, good, thank you, my friend. I have got a bit of a cold, though, which is really annoying. They just come out of nowhere. I blame summer. Star Citizen is already the space game I dreamed of as the future of the genre back when I was playing the OG Elite in the 80s. Gene, how you doing? Welcome. It's funny how even at the age of, I suppose, almost 40, I'm still very young in this community. It's lovely. Anyway, let's start with AI content. They progressed with several ongoing initiatives like refactoring one of the NPC archetypes important to landing zone infrastructure, which I can only assume is the ATC character, so who we respond to and who help us to land and so forth. Big part of the whole transit refactor, I believe, or transport refactor, because it utilizes the same thing. It's also built into the instancing tech. It needs to connect together. So hopefully this will... Although they've also made... where does it say? They also ensured that there are contingencies in case the system fails while live. So that's important. What else have we got? They looked into the upcoming environments to make sure they're all set up for AI populations. Now, something that we have heard about them speaking about for a while now is creating... Well, a while back it was a vertical slice of the population. So social AI, vertical slice. Essentially, what it should feel like as a finished product if you were to walk around, say, a spaceport or a landing zone and see NPCs coming and going, doing what they're supposed to be doing, looking real, you know? So I think a lot of that work has been like, this is the goal that we're aiming for. Then they work on all the various aspects to get to that point, and it looks like they're now getting the environments all ready for when they bring this in, as we've seen a lot of updates to AI in general. So I'm hoping we get to see that sometime soon. I'm assuming it's going to be a next year thing, if not maybe revealed at CitizenCon. But yeah, just making landing zones, points of interest, feel more like they're living and breathing in the world. They did a lot of work for NPCs having their weapons overheat, which has mostly come from Squadron 42. They've improved behaviors, which include fixing issues with reactions to weak spot destruction and distortion damage. So I guess maybe partly to do with Maelstrom, but also if their ship is distorted, so not physically destroyed, knowing what's going on, knowing that it's taken this damage and it'll eventually come back, perhaps. Das, how you doing? Right offensive. Yeah, absolutely. I was always left wing or left sort of up front. In fact, in my schooling years, it was always defense because I was big. I was one of the oldest in the class in the year, so it was like, we'll have you at the back. But then they sort of pushed me up front because I was quick, and I had a proper belter of a shot but it was very inaccurate. But I was left-footed, so I was always on the left wing, even though I preferred to be on the right wing so I could cut in and shoot, but never mind. In the last 4 or 5 years, I finally went from underweight to healthy. When I was a kid, that was always a struggle. And a lot of, like my grandma used to call me string bean or whatever. And all these people that are like, it's so offensive being overweight and, being picked on and stuff. It's the same thing when you're skinny. It feels awful when you're super skinny, and I always wanted to, up until, I suppose, mid-20s, my metabolism must have slowed down, and I just was able to start putting on weight. But it was always a struggle when I was younger, just wanting to put on like a couple of inches everywhere. I'm only joking. T-Hall, thank you so much for the 33 months, my friend. Beers and party, please. Yeah, the Vanduul combat definitely needs refining. It's a bit like, what is this? They're not scary. Oh yeah, no, it isn't easy. It isn't easy to lose weight. It isn't easy to put on weight. It's a struggle for anybody, either way. But it's also, a similar thing where people will be like, you're just super skinny. And it's like, that actually upsets me. It used to upset me because I didn't want to be super skinny. Yeah, I'm hoping to collect those Vanduul spears. I wonder if there's a few to collect. Griff, good morning. Today, Gene, we are running through the monthly report, and then we are jumping in and doing some treasure hunting off-grid style. Yeah, I don't know when they're planning to expand on the DCs. Yeah, I suspect there will be certain things gameplay-wise, gameplay loops and mechanics that we hear about at CitizenCon, but I feel like it might be pick and choose which ones versus others, because of the smaller time frame. Right, there's not a great deal amount of time to pick up on everything, so it'll be a case of what are we going to see. That's better. Yo, fly fishing. Definitely worth trying it. It's come a long way in terms of playability, bug fixes, quality of life. Still a lot of problems, but it's far better than it used to be. So, as Sandman says, check it out. See what you think. Welcome back, by the way. Alakai, good day. You have a feeling the knockdown was supposed to happen like 1 in every 10 attacks, but it broke. It could have been, yeah, it could have just been to do with the flow of combat and whatnot. And also just dialing it in so that the reactions are quicker rather than it going, I know they might want to have a better way of delivering new info. Was this year's CitizenCon being a digital, or with it being a digital broadcast, but just 2 hours, do you feel we will get much info if it has gone from 2 days to 2 hours? I don't think it was, like, when it came around to actually planning CitizenCon, I don't think it's gone from 2 days worth to 2 hours in terms of what they originally intended for this year. But we will certainly not get as much information as we would have, from last year's CitizenCon with 2 days full event. Yeah, sorry, I see. So it's a shame because they clearly cannot fit that much information into a 2-hour stream. So it will be very nitpicked as to what we hear about, and it will not be as hyped as the previous 2 years, last 2 years of CitizenCon. They have just been like, holy crap, this is great stuff. Mostly because of their focus this year is just heads down, getting on with it, fixing what we have, working on, getting Squadron ready to release. So it'll be more of just let's tune in with various people about certain things. But yeah, deciding or figuring out what that will be is just way too hard to tell. And hopefully there are some cool things to be excited for, and stories to continue on. My favourite thing about this year is just how playable and fun Star Citizen has become, not just on my own, but at scale with, 30, nearly 40 people playing together. But at the same time, the trade-off there is that we're not getting huge, big features and exciting things, and the patches are so quick and often that I can't do my off-grid stuff as well as I used to be able to. So there's trade-offs there. But and it's the same with the Citizen Con stuff. You know, it takes a lot of time and effort to put together a two-day full, 2-day event where it does impact the development process and timeline, where they don't want that to be a thing. So we end up getting the trade-off of their heads are down, they're working on it, which means production is moving quicker. But we get less information and less exciting news. But at the same time, this whole year has been very much different to the last decade. And there are certain things I've liked, certain things I haven't liked, but I understand that in order to get one, the other had to be sacrificed for that. And I'm happy with where it is now, and I'm looking forward to next year, because there's still, we're only in September now. There's still a few months to continue fixing what we currently have. And then from there, into next year, I'm sure they will continue doing a bit more of what they're doing now. But it should be in a much better place to start rolling out these big features. Plus, a lot of the Squadron 42 stuff will just come over as well. So, yeah, we could see next year being a really big year for Star Citizen in terms of getting a lot of these big game-changing features in, but at the same time, are they going to balance it where they continue to focus on making sure that it is more still playable, still stable? So it might be a bit of both, rather than, all right, we've got it to this point, let's roll all these features out now. It might be, let's drip feed these features and keep polishing. But I think a lot of the features that are slated to come out, like engineering, signatures, Maelstrom, flight mechanics, all these, not necessarily all coming next year, but all these many different features are very much tied together. You can maybe have one and not the other, but they're so intertwined that I don't think it's super possible. Bullshit, how you doing? Welcome. Coffee for everyone, your treat, Bullshit. Thank you, sir. I've literally just finished mine. I'll have to go and get another one soon. Do we not have an impound link on YouTube? I thought we did. Maybe we don't. It might be worth checking the Twitch one. That should pop up. I thought we got that. I thought I put it in there. I must not have done. I do apologize, Nos. Last time I played Star Citizen was pre 4.0 when the flight models were still in testing. Very different. Yeah. 4.0 provocation. Thank you for the follow. 4.0 brought static server meshing. It had teething problems. Now server frame rate is very much more solid. Client frame rate is much better now. There's a lot more content. Things are easier to handle and deal with. There are less bugs. There are 600 players per server. Thank you, Sandman. But there are still bugs, like inventories can be a bit annoying. There are some other things as well. I just can't think offhand. Definitely worth trying again, though. Definitely worth trying. Maybe vigorous. How you doing, mate? Biker, welcome. Yeah, Vulcan would be cool. Transportation refactor would be nice. Whether or not they can this year, I don't know. I know they've got it to parity with the previous system, but of course they would want to take it further than that. Anyway, let's crack on. The team have improved the overall experience with Kelpians, starting with fixes to stabilize the flea behavior. Still a lot of work to be done with the creatures and fauna to make them just feel more believable. For NPCs, communication channel improvements were implemented to allow for better coordination of NPC groups with leaders. Now this I find quite intriguing. I'm hoping what this means is that if you can identify the leader of a group and take them out first and foremost, then the group's ability to coordinate will decrease, or they may flee, or a bit like when you'd play Halo and you would take out an elite, and then the little whatever they call them would be like, "Ah, no, they've got the leader," and they'd all run off. I feel like it's more along those lines where you can disrupt the coordination, the ability of a group if you take out the leaders, which would be very cool because Right now, all we do, we go into a bunker, we go out to a location, and we just shoot everybody we see. What would be great is if we could do some recon first, identify the prime targets, take them out, and then cause the group to sort of fall apart. Not the grunts, that's the one. What would they used to scream? I'm a really bad example of that, though. You got mugged twice by seagulls. They know it's Pirate Week. Rachel always gets mugged by you, no matter what she's eating. It could be a hot dog, chips, they take her. What else have we got? There's been a lot of work onto the sort of cross-navigation volume pathfinding, which means now that NPCs will use single pathfinder step-throughs for all navigation volumes to guarantee the shortest path, plus navigation links will be temporarily disabled after failed use to prevent NPCs from repeatedly using them and getting stuck. So it's still a lot of work going on for NPC navigation, and this will be everywhere, planet-side into other volumes like ships, space stations, and so on and so forth. Just continuing to develop that. And again, you know, once NPCs are capable to do everything the player can, to navigate and travel around everywhere the player can, the amount of any type of gameplay, but specifically PvE, that can come along, missions and so forth, will just massively expand. The team also made improvements to ship AI behaviors, including when AI is within a defend area, but the target falls outside of it, in which the AI will actively find a position in range to target them. And bug fixes were done for NPCs flying in formation and following at a distance, while detailed investigations were made into the current state of AI ship combat, plus they improved AI ship combat tactic commitments for the strafer and jouster behaviors. So loads of AI flying improvements and abilities and fixes going on there. What else we got? The AI Game Intelligence Development Team, or they improved the visuals of the Mission System version 2 UI prototype and outlined the properties design. Now, thanks to Benoit and his conversation that he had with Jared for 3 hours, from what we understand now, Mission System 2.0 is also, or version 2 is also in tech preview testing, not right now, but when they bring in the Vulcan tests and the AI stuff, this is also something that has been in testing throughout those tech preview tests. I'm not sure which ones, if all of them, some of them. But yeah, it'll be cool to see what improvements and benefits they bring to missions going forwards. Yo, Tater. Oh no! I can't quite get the pitch right. I think it's because I've got a cold, though. But we'll say that. Do I have your ex-wife at my place after that voice? Yes, I do. I hope that's all right. Thank you, Hyper. After you drop 50 subs, it's the least I can do. The Welsh seagulls here in Barry are very well behaved, except when they're rooting around in your garden. What are they doing? Their little stampy dance. Good keeper. Touché. Does Squadron 44 have Scully in it? Yes, it does. Yeah. Gimli, Luke Skywalker, Churchill. Many others as well. Superman. One of them, anyway. Do you think the Vanduul Raiders will be something unique to Nyx? Yes. I mean, eventually there will be likely other systems close to the Vanduul border that also have raiding parties coming in. But yeah, for 1.0, let's say, Nyx will be the system that has Vanduul raiding parties. And that won't be happening in, I assume, in the other systems. But that is something I'm very excited about. That's true, yeah, the enemy AI are actually a threat now because of the server frame rate, whereas before... That's so funny, isn't it? I forget that the AI were just a joke prior to 4.0, prior to static server meshing. As soon as that came in and they improved, well, not just that, they sort of improved before 4.0, but only just a little bit, and provided you were on a good server. Now they are like, oh, the minute you open fire, they're on you, and it's like, okay, I regret my decision. Not to say you can't get through it, but yeah. Jet, how you doing? You started doing more exploration off the grid gameplay, and it's been more fun than doing contracts. Exactly, mate. Happy to hear that. It is. There's nothing wrong with doing a contract, especially to put pen to paper and just, you know, take off and figure out what you want to do from there. But the off-grid stuff, living in the verse, just doing your own thing, reacting to the organic stuff that you come across, that is what Star Citizen's about. Scar Theory, how you doing? Yeah, you have to take the AI seriously now. That's why, when we were on the PTU and we got attacked by, was it Kavuk's crew, there was a moment where I was like, are these real players or are these NPCs? I cannot tell because of how responsive they are, but we are getting overrun by these characters. And I think it kind of became apparent quite early on that they were players because of how quickly they put us down. It was still very much, you're still like, are they NPCs? Yes, as Apoc says, the contracts are there to get you to go to places, to explore around, to sort of, like I say, put pen to paper. It's a starting point. They are there for learning the game, earning credits, dipping your toes in, or having something to do. Star Citizen is a universe to exist in and do what you want to do in it. It isn't, you know, you don't have to play it like, you shouldn't play it like a traditional game because it's not a traditional game. Yeah, absolutely, Deacon. Much easier to point out things that we don't have, and a lot of people do. Versus, you know, the minute like a meme like 30k is no longer a meme, there's a new one. There's a new one that people jump on. Yeah, I'm hoping and expect. Yeah, actually, I agree with that about lowering their reaction time. It feels like the minute you start shooting at them, they are just RoboCop aim. Absolutely agree with that. They seem to just be like machines, Terminator machines. They do, Jack. Yeah, they the fact that they have that behavior now where they throw grenades to try and flush people out is a bit worrisome as well. Right, animation teams. They worked on improvements. What are we watching in the background? Okay, it's still Squadron. I thought it was a real thing, like a real video of people. For the animation team, they worked on improvements to the Copian and a new creature. They also created assets for the upcoming Medgel dispenser and made a pass on the death reactions to ensure that they appear as expected. So, nice to see more creatures coming along. Don't know what they're going to be, but of course, fleshing out that fauna is cool. But also, the death reactions on the PTU that we briefly saw from NPCs did seem much better. There's sort of a ragdoll effect now where just before they die, or even, way before they die, if you shoot them, their body jolts in the direction that the shot came in, more realistically than just, like, nothing. And then they die. When they die, they go down more realistically as well, rather than taking an age to do so. I only saw it briefly with a couple of AI or NPCs, so I don't know how broad or diverse it is, but it's definitely an improvement on what it was, in the PU. Irritated, thank you for the follow there, my friend. Welcome. You heard a game dev once say that it's easy to make AI good. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. You can essentially they're computer programs, so you can make them like Terminator. You can make them like a RoboCop. And headshot every single time. That's what aimbots do. But making them believable is the hard part. And that's why I like when they're talking about all these different traits, where some of them may have a cooldown, which is their trait of, I feel like you're too much of an easy target now. I'm going to give you, like a bit of a breathing room, or there's so many things that they can add to the AI and just make them feel more believable and have their own personal characteristics to them. Yes, you can perform stealth kills. Yeah. We don't have the full-on, protecting yourself from being stabbed and whatnot, takedown moves. Not yet, that we saw maybe a few years back at CitizenCon, but you can take down. So, and also, part of the big changes to AI are their perception values for audio and visual, and night and day making a difference as well. And soon, I hope, with rain would have an impact on that. So if it's really raining hard, you'll be better off waiting for a rainstorm at a location to stealth in and take them out versus going in guns blazing in, middle of the day bright sunshine. Anyway, facial animation worked alongside mocap and narrative to capture additional content for releases coming soon and into early next year. So it sounds like they're continuing this whole narrative thing throughout, and into next. The animation team also worked through previously captured dialogue that will soon become available in-game, including brand new mission givers and additional lines for Amelia Boyd, who is the leader of the Frontier Fighters. And as we heard, the story towards the latter half of this year, which I suppose we'll be going into soon, will be going back to the gangs like Freedom Fighters, Citizens for Prosperity, and Headhunters. So I'm assuming it'll tie into the regen crisis and it'll all flow out as such, but yeah, not sure what that's going to entail yet. Character art progressed with armor for a new gang. We'll speak more about them in a second. Core gameplay, we'll briefly run through this because we've covered it a couple of times now. They've supported a new creature's unique behavior and attack moves, which could be the new creature coming up. The fact that attacks could make it into a dangerous creature, but it might not be. Engineering screens were updated to show the rate of heat change for components. For item recovery, the team added the ability to disable components for ships that have been claimed. And additionally, it says items will now display a time until they become bricked after they've been claimed by the original owner. And this is also displayed to the player as part of the notification when an item is bricked and the player is attempting to use it. And then for crafting, the team implemented an offline version of the Blueprint service, which is used as a stand-in to support the player-bound Blueprint library until the actual service starts development, with them also finishing the first playable prototype of crafting in a multiplayer environment. But they're still working on APIs to make crafting work, I think. So I'm expecting this is going to be a next year thing. I don't think we're going to see crafting come this year. I feel like there's, as much as they've made great progress here with an absolutely, playable prototype, it's there's still back-end work that needs doing, I assume. For control surfaces, they made improvements to the aerodynamic simulation and implemented those, which should address jittering observed at low frame rates, plus support for the G-limiter was added to the new atmospheric flight mode, and NPCs now fly using control surfaces when in atmosphere. They also integrated a lot of the necessary work from Squadron into the PU and conducted internal playtests with various changes, and these in turn prompted additional tuning improvements and bug fixes. And then for IFCS, this saw further work for Maelstrom, or further support work for Maelstrom. So IFCS, your flight control system, a bit like, traction control and whatnot. And then Maelstrom, the physical damage system. Now destroyed parts will reduce thrust efficiency or effectiveness, which will also address the common exploit where people actually destroyed certain ship parts to improve acceleration, which I had no idea you could do that. So yeah, kind of cool. Oh, also, this will help design in better defining when a ship is considered inoperable, even when not fully destroyed. Because right now, we have soft death, which is a temporary faked. You go from full health to soft death to then destroyed. It'll be systemic when all this rolls out, and you will either be boarded, be left alone, get rescued, fix it up yourself, and so on and so forth. And these, it might not always be based on combat. There might be something wrong with a component that causes you to become stranded and you need to fix it or wait for a rescue and so on and so forth. So there's a lot to it, but they've got to think of all the different aspects that could go wrong. Overshoot, how you doing? Welcome. Culminated in Nyx. I can't imagine it. I don't see Nyx coming this year. I personally feel like they're just still pushing to get things fixed up as good as possible so that next year they can start rolling out the big stuff. But of course, I would be over the moon if they did. Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, server meshing is of course, in reality, a bigger aspect than anything, even bigger than engineering, just because without it, we don't have the game that we want. But you've got engineering, signature systems, crafting, base building, all the flight changes, Maelstrom. They're all extremely huge, significant updates. Many of them tie in together, but each one are in their own state a bit of a game changer for what they can do to the game. And as we know, they've been working on all of this for a long time. A lot of it is just trying to get it to tie together to make it work and communicate together. But when it starts rolling out, what we play now, night and day different. It is not going to be anything like what we have now. Everything will feel more systemic, will be more cause and effect, you know, immersive, realistic. I can't wait for it. But of course, there's still going to be a lot of tuning and balancing beyond that. Like, I'm dying to get in and really learn stuff. Like the medical stuff. In my head, I wanna learn it so that it sticks and stays there. But I know things will still be dialed in and changed, so there's no point. Same with all the flight mechanics. I want to get to the point where we can actually just focus 100% on learning where things aren't going to change. But we're still so far from that because we, A, don't have the main systems in yet, and B, even when they are in, they need to be tuned to make sure that they fit across the board up until 1.0. But yeah, engineering is going to obviously have a huge impact on the way that we play the game. The perk of doing what they are doing with crafting is ideally once the back-end work is done, it's just plug and play since testing should be done with a mocked-out local version. Yeah, and I guess once they get it in our hands, because again, it ties into things like resource gathering and how each item will have its own quality value, and that will determine the overall result. But then those items have to be mined or scavenged or salvaged or harvested. Then they have to be refined or smelted, and then they have to be delivered to the person who's doing the crafting. And then once that's been crafted, what are you going to do with the item? Are you keeping it? Are you selling it? Are you trading it? It's just, there's so much. Just crafting alone touches so many different aspects and teams that they need to think broadly about how each one connects, because if anything's left out, it can have a proper problematic issue. Shiru, Jeff, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, ArtCorp, I think the best thing about the ArtCorp instancing idea is that ArtCorp as a system, as a, you know, planetary system, has the least amount of content because it doesn't have the land mass as the other planets. It doesn't have that real estate for missions. You don't have a breathable planet that has areas that you can visit, and it only has 2 moons, whereas everywhere else has so much more. So getting instancing tech set there for missions is a good plan, I think. Right, for cockpit dashboards, they now support the ability to physically animate and vibrate based on various factors like the ship gun shooting, as we see already, or maneuvering at high angles of attack, which will add more levels of fidelity and realism, which it does feel kind of cool, just shooting and things vibrating a bit. They fixed issues with quantum travel for NPCs not being able to perform solo jumps. Nothing about getting the quantum travel mechanics in our hands yet, or in this report anyway. Quantum interdiction saw further improvements to address the reliability of the system, especially in situations where new quantum interdiction fields appear or disappear after the initial jump has been initiated. Plus, if you are interdicting a ship, you will now get a marker of the ship that you interdicted. And I assume, you know, right now it's very much the ship stops and you're like, where is it? Gotta find it. Radars and scanners, the team worked on various improvements and polish tasks, so I'm glad to hear that they are just improving and polishing the radar scanner signature system. I'm sure there's still a lot to do, but they're also improving the UI information about targets and better positioning the scan information for very large targets. So, you know, polishing the UI, that is downstream stuff. So they're clearly at a point where the system itself works. They're just making it so that we can understand it and figure it out, so that the UI presented to us is legible. Oh man, I would love for that to be a this year thing, but again, I feel like they're going to want to roll all this stuff out slowly and sensibly together as they all connect. You know, the scanner system, the signature system needs to work with engineering because each component gives off a signature. And so that needs to connect together. Not to say that they can't bring out the signature system and then roll out engineering after. I don't know. We'll see. What we do know, though, is for engineering, they want it in the tech preview this year. They're trying to get it into the tech preview this year, provided they can get the Vulcan stuff out to live. So they're aiming to get Vulcan, maybe the AI stuff out to live as well. Once that moves out of the tech preview, if there is enough time, then they will roll in the engineering stuff and hopefully leave it over the week, you know, for the holidays. Because, I mean, engineering, very, very unlikely to ever get anywhere close to being ready for live by the end of the year. But they do want to get it into the tech preview test. And if they can do that over the holiday period, that would be great, because then, you know, we'll have live to play, we'll have that tech preview to play where we can, if we want to break from live, we can really figure out how that works. Yeah, absolutely, Jet. The whole signature system with scanners and radars is, again, one of those integral systems that is impacting all of the professions, from FPS stuff with the different helmets for the various game modes, all the different ships with their bespoke, or not bespoke, but their own unique reason. You know, exploration ships. You can't have exploration without a signature system. We can't have bounty hunting properly without a signature system. There is just so much that it impacts and is holding up. So yeah, when that comes along, that can then, not to say, you know, here's the signature system and all the gameplay that comes with it. It'll likely be, here's the signature system, let's tune this and tweak this and get it working and accurate. And then we'll start rolling out all these other professions. The transport refactor made good progress towards feature parity with the legacy system, which also includes bringing it to parity with the current behaviors for instanced hangars, scripting support for design, and making necessary preparations for dynamic server meshing. Very nice. The inventory... Oh, they implemented proximity looting, which allows players to loot from multiple nearby inventory containers simultaneously, plus the AI, plus the new... Oh, we can skip this one. We've had the modern... The new UI filters... Sorry. The new UI has now got filters and search implemented. This ability to loot from multiple containers within proximity is going to be very useful. And the way I see it is, you know, like if you're tidying toys away or whatever, you've got a few boxes open where they belong and you're going 1, 2, that goes in there, that goes... Like, that's the essential... I think that's what they're trying to emulate with this whole inventory stuff, where you can, instead of having to be like, go into one, put it into your backpack, go into the next one, throw it out of your backpack into there, it just, you can put them all around you and you can just... Which would be very nice. What else have we got? The economy team. They progressed with the new iteration of the economy based on data they recently gathered, which I assume is partly the questionnaire, partly just general data that they gathered. They are also looking into changes to the buy and sell prices of FPS weapons, armor, and consumables, plus updating the profit margins for salvage vehicles and components and the effort versus reward algorithm. Now, this I have been waiting for a long time, because back in the day when I was just doing off-grid stuff, you would find all sorts of weapons from ships, components, obviously ones that are default, you can't sell because of exploits. Hopefully this means they can start pushing past that and actually have, you know, make more money from salvaging and have places that aren't just restricted from buying things, so that we can actually find these things and sell them on. Even just for a small profit would be nice. But also when it comes to consumables, now with all these medical goo costs, there is obviously a bit of a... it doesn't quite work right when you've got medgel that, med pens that cost 100 versus medgel canisters that cost 100,000. It just makes sense that the prices of things, like we saw with ammo, the prices of things like consumables need to go up. That all needs to make sense in terms of value, cost, how fast, or the speed at which a player doing an average sort of game loop can earn without, with everything being equal. That all needs to be figured out as well. Is the plan to hit 1.0 the same year as Squadron? No. So, Squadron is still intended for next year. 1.0, no idea when that's coming. We're probably talking a few years yet. Whether that's 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, I don't know. But there's still a lot more work to do there. What we will see, though, when Squadron releases is all the polished work that they've done for everything and anything that is Squadron-based, which could be FPS, AI, locations, flight, all this sort of stuff, will come over to the PU and replace what we have there. So there is going to be a lot of benefit to when Squadron releases all that stuff coming over. Plus, I'm sure a lot of the developers will move over. Not everybody per se, but a good chunk of them will. And I think what they will likely do is be more focused on getting 1.0 out the door than they would Squadron Chapter 2. Not to say they won't start work on Chapter 2. I'm kind of sure they will. But I think in terms of priorities, when Squadron Chapter 1 is released, their priority will then be 1.0. More than anything, because they will likely want to get that done and out the door. Port RSI, yeah, it'll be nice when we finally get some send-off for that. Devi, welcome. 07. Kemi, welcome. Well, if they do, the good thing about if they crash the economy, if they break anything, it highlights the problems so they can fix them. I would rather things crash and break now than, 1.0. What else have we got? So all of that work is being done as part of the ongoing initiative to ensure that crafting is profitable, revitalize the salvage of vehicle components, and prevent exploits. So that sentence alone, I'm very happy to hear. They obviously, crafting needs to be profitable. It's such a diverse system that, as we've said, you've got refining, you've got harvesting, you've got logistics and so forth, not to mention the trade and selling of those items and the quality of those items post-crafting. But when they say revitalizing the salvage of vehicle components, that I have been waiting for so long. The reason why we haven't been able to is because of exploits. People destroying their ship and selling all their components. So they stopped us from being able, they artificially stopped us from being able to sell default components on ships because people were using them as exploits. So if they can find a way of stopping that, while also allowing us to actually make profit from looting components, even default components, that would be wonderful. For the mission design team, they continued their initiative to improve the mission generation system to help ease the current pain points that affect both the mission team and players, with them saying this work is ongoing, but very exciting. The devs also continued their work to bring existing missions back to older locations, which will expand the pool of available locations for players and bring back various interesting encounters. So I guess just using all the points of interest rather than just the general ones that have been the case all this time. Oh yeah, that's very true, Griff. Squadron will need a post-launch support. They will need to be very much on point for any bugs or issues that arise, fixing it. The biggest blessing about Squadron releasing and being the first one to properly release from CIG is that it is not a multiplayer game. Now that said, you can look at other single-player games, I suppose, like Starfield, and to me it was a bit of a flop. Not everybody feels the same, which is fine, but that is a single-player game, but I think most of that it flopped because it was, like, really hyped up, which, don't get me wrong, Squadron's being really hyped up, but not quite the same as Starfield, and what we've seen already from the two different games, they're very different games anyway, so you can't really compare them, but what I mean is, like, saying that Cyberpunk kind of flopped when it first came, and that's a single-player game. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's crack on. Hopefully it doesn't flop, I suppose is where I'm going with that. What else have we got? Narrative turns their focus to polishing the next round of content that we will find. They also wrote and captured several new mission characters that will make their debut later this year as they continue to improve storytelling across the PU. Now, as we know, Squadron, Star Citizen 1.0, when that launches, it is going to have sort of this intertwined, narratively driven storyline that will introduce all players, new and old, into the different professions, the different guilds, the various activities that are available in-game as well, while earning your citizenship. So all the work that narrative, mission, locations, and all these other teams that work together to provide this kind of content that we see this year, all the work they're doing now will help them to improve their methods, improve their tools, just get better and better and better at what they do, so that when it comes to the 1.0 storyline, hopefully it'll be as good as any AAA, but I suspect quadruple A, sorry, Epoch, I'm using that term again, game out there. That said, they've already had a lot of experience with Squadron, telling a single-player narrative storyline, so there is that, but we're talking multiplayer sides of things here, where you've got many other people either playing alongside you, cooperatively, bumping into people, or PvP style, so yeah. Hopefully there's a lot they will learn throughout the process of what they're doing this year and for the foreseeable, so that when 1.0 comes along, they've got this proper system. Yeah, Dodge, I agree. I was not a fan of Starfield at all. Now, I'm sure a big part of that is spoilt by what Star Citizen offers. So if you're coming fresh from not playing Star Citizen, it will probably be a better game. But there's plenty of people who enjoy Star Citizen, are excited for Star Citizen, who also enjoy Starfield, and that's a good thing. So I'm not shitting on them or their opinion of Starfield, but for me it was like, this is shit. Star Citizen was a great game that got half-assed halfway through and was left alone. I think the problem is, there's so many problems, and they kind of built themselves into a bit of a hole where it was like, if we keep going this way, we're going to have more problems than good. And plus, the main issue was just the tech was taking so long, and it was so difficult to get working that it really annoyed everybody, understandably, you know? I think that's what the problem was, is that the tech just took forever. But now that static server meshing is here, we've seen the benefits of that, and now it's just a case of dynamic, and it's already improving massively. I mean, Starfield itself was just, I'm not even going to go into it. The Temu edition of Star Citizen, it was, yeah. Starfield, every time you flew the ship, you'd try to roll, but that was the get out button seat, and it drove me crazy. You didn't play it, but watched a bunch of reviews on Starfield, and it looked like garbage to me. Yeah, if you are enjoying Starfield, good. And as I say, I'm not shitting on anyone who enjoys Starfield, No Man's Sky, Elite, or any other game for that matter. If you find enjoyment in it, that's a good thing, and I'm happy for that. But for me, it was like, holy crap, this has been built. I mean, the people, I don't know how vocal they are now, but they were like, the Star Citizen killer. Here comes Starfield. We're like, what? But yeah, whatever. There's always a Star Citizen killer on the horizon. What else have we got? Narrative also began writing new scripts for NPCs to help flesh out the lore of specific areas of the game, which I always enjoy a bit of lore being interjected, with the hope being to continue to expand the collection of conversations that players can hear across the bursts. As we know, actually, a lot of the way Star Citizen will work eventually is kind of like the old freelancer games, where you might pick up on a conversation in a bar between NPCs that might lead to interesting missions or content or treasure. So that would be kind of cool, but I don't think that's what this is talking about here. This is just building a bit more diversity and the conversations you hear around the verse rather than everyone saying the same thing. We don't want any arrows in the knee. They also continue to develop a new hostile faction that will be making its debut in a later patch. No idea if that's this year or next. I assume it's this year. But establishing a unique voice and supporting the branding and character art teams. Now, this could be Vanduul Hunters, which I assume are a Nyx clan. The Bounty Hunters Guild, perhaps. Intersec or Shattered Blade. They're all sort of leaked names. I'm assuming it's going to be one of them. And then finally, for the narrative team, they also worked with design to update the text of a few older contracts to align with improved gameplay flows, as well as tutorial missions that will help players to understand a new gameplay mechanic that is also being introduced in a future patch. Now, this to me, we heard maybe last month or the month before that they were working on a tutorial for the hacking mechanic to help players understand how it works. Again, a future patch could be next year rather than this year. It could be this year, but it could be next. I suspect these tutorial missions are likely, in terms of a gameplay mechanic being introduced, could be relating to hacking more than anything else. Just my opinion. Hopefully it's this year, but yeah, might not be. Yeah, I actually really wish I could have gotten into Starfield, because as much as, with it being the same genre as Star Citizen, ruining it for me, I absolutely adore Fallout, I adore Elder Scrolls. If Star Citizen wasn't a thing, I think I would have adored Starfield. But because I am a citizen, I just can't. And it's really annoying. I actually bought not the top tier Starfield thing, but I got the early release so that I could play it, and I was disappointed. But that's mostly because of the connection and of Squadron, of Star Citizen. Chris, how you doing? Yeah, it's that's the thing. That's what I mean, Chris. The Star Citizen Kickstarter, what Star Citizen was originally intended to be back in 2012, is practically what Starfield turned out to be. It's pretty much exactly the same, which is why it's why I struggle to enjoy it. That's a big part of the reason why. You've not finished it yet, Ferg, but you enjoyed it. Cankles, welcome. Starborn space magic stuff ruined Starfield for me. It was just the Skyrim Dragonborn powers. Oh, fair enough. You liked it, did you, Eric? The only problem I wish with it is it felt very much like a rinse and repeat with all the missions. I got bored pretty quickly, yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. My brother really enjoyed it as well. So like I say, if people are enjoying it, that's good, right? Played it for 2 hours drunk. The next day you were like, what the hell? People are bringing up No Man's Sky as if... Oh, I know, yeah. Again, it's like... It's great news that No Man's Sky got ship interiors, ship builder. That is amazing stuff for that game. Absolutely. It is by no means a Star Citizen killer, but the fact that it had this huge content drop, which is going to be the equivalent of, us citizens getting base building, is a good thing. But of course it's not a Star Citizen killer. Nothing is yet. Yo, Crater, you played it before getting Star Citizen. Well, that's the right way to do it. Raz, thank you so much for the 30-month resub, my friend. Beers and Paddy, please. How are you doing today? 30 months. Who'd have thunk it, eh? Crazy. Are you well? Yo, Montana, how you doing? The one thing you can say about Starfield is their universe map is much better than Star Citizen. Other than that, yeah, hopefully that won't be the case for much longer, because the map... Quantum travel is just... So yeah, we need that fixing and updating. With Planetech, how few buttons need pressing to make a solar system? I don't know. They are still developing the whole Genesis Planetech tool with better biomes, better assets, soil type, seasons, and all that other stuff. So they are not at the point now where, you know, however many things can be developed by, I suppose, you know, pressing a button, versus what it used to be versus where it's intended to be. I have no idea. I don't know what they can actually generate from just, you know, the equivalent of pressing a button and letting it do it without any hands-on. But the more, like, what we do know is that they want to make as much of it automated as possible, but without sacrificing any of the quality. So it'll be interesting to see what their Planet Tech is capable of when it's, I suppose, technically all said and done. They will continue to develop it even post StarCitizen's launch. But yeah, it's technology that I just don't think exists. So their continued, I mean, in a game format, I suppose you can generate a whole planet, and it looks kind of cool, quite accurate to that of Earth, like I suppose Microsoft Flight Simulator. But that doesn't work when you go planet side and you want to enter buildings and you want to go into caves and you want, you know. So there's for what CIG need, it doesn't exist. Fred, how you doing? Well, no, it's not an MMO. It's not a multiplayer game, is it? Yo, Buck, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, we don't need it ASAP. We need it finished and working, or at least in a state that is working. But Squadron, the player count will go up. Yeah, base building will. I think next year the player count will just, I think, you know, for the foreseeable, it'll just keep going up unless they bump into anything problematic. Shield, how you doing? Welcome. Which I believe we're over the biggest hump, being server meshing. Of course, we still need dynamic, but static was the hard part, from what I understand. We could still see issues with the database unless they can figure out a way of making it scale, if they haven't already. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, what else have we got? I think we're almost at the end here of this. Online Tech. They collaborated with QA to test the STO Context API, plus Item Imprint version 1 development continued as expected. And now with the Blueprint library development done on the server side, related API development began. And this, again, is what I was referring to about APIs still needed for crafting. This is to do with crafting blueprints and so forth. So as much as the prototype is working, this API still needs to be finished. I don't know how long that'll take, but hopefully not long. Online Tech also started the discovery phase for the instancing feature. Not sure what that is. The team is currently working on making the inventory API only accept calls if they affect a specific inventory ID, and this is being done ahead of the Entity Graph global database sharding. I don't know if this is to make it so that, you know, LTP and account-bound items are not getting lost and so forth. I really don't know. Let's move on. R&D team, they remain focused on analyzing performance and optimizing engine and game code, but nothing to report on during this segment. We heard that they were moving on to performance and optimizing the engine. Looks like they're still working on that, but yeah, nothing said further from there. And then visual effects worked on many areas for 4.3 and 4.3.1, plus supported work for vehicles and creatures. Right. I've kept Tony and APOC waiting long enough. I'm going to launch the game. I'm going to have a pee, get a coffee, and then we're going to do some treasure hunting off-grid style. Let me go empty. Yeah, floodgates. Let's know if we don't need to start that again. I'll be back in a sec. too warm in a jumper as well. Pretty cold day, but for some reason, well, not for some reason, it's warm in here. Boop. There you are. Right, let me grab a coffee and then we'll see how we get on here. It is still proper bombing it down. To be fair though, the garden's been needing it. We've had a lot of just warm weather. Everything's dying. Yo, Mishko. No, I haven't tried Be My Tracker. I have been asked by them to look into it, but I just haven't had the time. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How's it going? And Dive, welcome. What's the best ship to start? Depends on what it is you're wanting to get into, your budget and so forth. Oh, I'm a bit thirsty. I'll be with you in a minute. Let me just grab something to eat.
Oh, we need power washer soon. One dirty ship you got there, sir.
Me?
Yep.
Oh boy.
She's a very dirty girl.
I'm not touching that one. It's too easy. That one on, that one on, that one on, that one on, and that one on. Oh, I've already got that one on. Okay. And then I think we're good. What's weather like?
A bit chilly, but sunny.
Oh yeah, you're a bit frosted up.
We should probably unload some of this stuff first.
Yeah, true. Morning, APOC. How are we all doing food-wise and whatnot?
Good morning.
Think we're good?
Okay. Yeah, contested zones are a good place for PvP. I mean, anywhere in Pyro, really. Welcome, Blank. There's, PvP can happen in most circumstances. It doesn't always happen. It depends on who you bump into more than anything. But it can happen, and it does.
Plenty of food in the middle crossing, too.
Yeah, nice one. That's full. Below $100. I suppose something along the lines of, yeah, a cutter or an intrepid is a good one. Oh, what do we think, guys? And an Avenger Titan is a good one. That's always been the sort of best bang for buck, but it's an old ship, so it's quite delayed. Zero, how you doing? Welcome, sir. Thank you for confirming the org roll there, by the way, mate.
It's currently on discount for 75.
Oh, well, there is that. Not a bad price. You can get the Avenger Titan for $75, which isn't too bad. Kind of a run-of-the-mill all-rounder. Yo, Chomper, how you doing? Yeah, I like the Intrepid, but it's not without its trade-offs, like anything.
Plus you get 2 pages.
Guardian, nice. Yeah. Get that skull on it, don't you?
It looks very nice with that one.
It does. And hopefully it won't be long until they actually update the Titan to be gold standard. So where's our first stop, APOC?
Our first stop is a Rayari outpost to sell that bioplastic to get it out of our cargo hold.
Oh, okay.
If he wants to spend a little more, there's the Cutlass Black pirate discount as well.
Yeah, still quite a push over $100, isn't it? Or like 125 or something.
Yeah, 125 with taxes over here. But
Well, true. Yeah, it depends where it's from. I mean, you could do hauling a little bit with a cutter.
I
It's
think it's 115 over in America.
oh, okay. That's a bit cheaper. It's to me the box missions are just meh, right? I mean, we don't really have them now, but there's so much more to do that you know you don't need to focus on box missions. There are plenty of hauling missions that keep it under the 4
plus tax
SEU.
in the US.
God, it's so much cheaper. So unfair. Yo, Mod, how you doing?
Yeah, it's that 25% tax over here.
Mm-hmm. Vega, welcome. We do need an Argo starter. Yeah, absolutely. It is much better once you have some flight time and are spending less time wrapped around lampposts, bouncing off your hangar walls. Yeah. Hey up. Little Avenger Titan flying around.
There is Spirit and a Cutlass Black Dog.
Yeah, there's all sorts. This is a snake, isn't it? That is part of the clue, I think. The Cleo snake.
Snake fits over there.
That's why it's so busy around here. Plenty of options though to scavenge, but we are leaving ourselves pretty vulnerable. 8 million of cargo in a cutter. What was it they were hauling then? Did that Cutlass just land? Helmet
And a
check.
Tonk.
Oh boy. Don't forget your helmet here. Where is my weapon? Oh, we must be in an armistice zone, are we?
Yeah, we're
Some
in
alien skins. Oh, the Ascian hides. Oof. Those poor
Should I go have a look
Ascians.
at those ships?
Yeah, do we know which ones are guilt-free?
Well, the Zeus is open, and the Spirit is hanging midair.
Also,
Midair.
do we want some Atlases? Atlasi. Can't seem to use my tractor beam. Oh, it's a salvaging attachment, that's why. That'll explain it. What's that one? Salvaging tractor. There we are. Okay. Those are Ascians. They're protected under the Fair Chance Act, so it's quite shocking, really. That
There's some contracted copper over here.
contracted cup holders. This will fit.
Copper.
Oh, copper. Okay.
Don't know how much we can get for that.
What do you reckon, APOC? Copper any good? Nah, fair enough.
That's 8 SU copper.
Yeah, rubbish. Oh, of course, yeah, it's resource stuff. Yeah, it probably not worth it, to be honest, unless someone's desperate for it. Right, that's transferred. Are we... Nice one, APOC. Are we wanting these Atlas, or are we not bothered? Do you have party working at all, APOC? Because you're using local there. Am I in party chat? Yeah, I'm in party chat.
I'm using party, but doesn't mean it's working.
No, it just seems to be localized. What were you saying, sorry? Yo, Wacky, how you
I was
doing?
saying I'm not particularly bothered with ATLSs. We're not a cargo ship.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, I'll go sell this and be back. Yeah, stealth gameplay isn't there yet. We need, again, the signature system. The signature system, engineering, that all needs to be a thing before stealth can truly work. You had a power outage? Oh, blimey. I was expecting to get one. Are you in the UK, Les? Bradley, welcome. I was going to say something about the multi-tool, but yeah, I got there in the end. Jesus Christ, you scare me half to death. Is that the horn? Do you know the way to the...
I can't find a horn.
What did I just do then? Okay, there we go.
There it is.
Yeah, you're beeping it. Oh, that was on me, Gene. That was on me, mate.
It's the orange one, Apoc.
Storage, I think. Is that storage? No, this is hydroponics. Try a different one. Ah, yeah, must be one of these over here. Maybe the one on the left. That's it. Behind us, literally opposite direction. There. Try that one.
This is the
near the Zeus.
Small vehicle thing.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. Okay. Oh, where is it? APOC will be screaming in local. Let me just have a look in here then. Let's see if this well, yeah, let's have a look at this one first. This must be the storage one. Ouch!
Maybe
yeah,
a
that's
small
it.
one.
This is it. Yo, Nicholas. So the idea of bricking is that when a player dies, or you know, their items will be bricked. You can take them, you can loot them, whereas now we can't. But you can loot them, and but they're bricked, and you'll need to unbrick them through various ways in order to get them working again. 117,000. Can't remember what we paid for it, but probably a profit there. I mostly the bricking is to stop exploits, but I really wish they could find a better way of doing it where the exploits don't happen and we don't have an item that's bricked. It just doesn't sit well with me, this whole, you know, an item works and then suddenly you take it from someone and it's broken and doesn't work anymore. It just feels gamified, which I understand why they're doing it. It's because they need to do it to stop people from bricking it, but yeah, not a big fan of it, unfortunately. But we'll see how it goes and what it means. I'm sure there's a lot to it that I don't understand anyway. There we are. Good job, Tony. Well, yeah, DNA-coded weapons, absolutely. I'm not opposed to actually having DNA-coded weapons. I think that'll be pretty cool. But everything, DNA-coded weapons, items, armor, ship components, you know, it just feels a bit of a shame to do it that way, but I don't know a better option. So I'm happy to try it and see how it goes and whatnot, but yeah, not a huge fan of it. Thank you for the update there, APOC. So we are currently putting together a new 4.3.1 build for a potential PT release later today. Yeah, we might as well offload them, haven't we? Because we don't want to lose them. Should we head to... Where are we now? Clio. Yeah, should we head to Tresla and just offload them and store them ready for when the next trade
we just gotta remember where we loaded them so we can pick them up Friday.
Yeah. So if you register them with insurance, like at a kiosk, then you will respawn with your item. Or you won't respawn with your items, you'll be able to get them back. So right now, if you die, everything that you have equipped stays with you. Everything in your pockets is gone. Eventually what will happen is if you register those via the insurance kiosk, then when you die, you will wake up without everything, but you can go to the kiosk or wherever it is, get those items back, and the items in the field can be taken and sort of looted, but they will be bricked and need to be unbricked before they can be used. You can trade them bricked, I'm sure, or you can unbrick them and use them or sell them, but yeah, it's just... I don't know, I'm a bit like this with the whole system. I would prefer to find a better option, but I don't know that better option, so it's, you know, it is what it is right now. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of having DNA-coded items, but just not everything. Yeah, I've read it out. I read that out as you were chatting, but yeah, you might have missed that one. But yeah, new one today. That'll be interesting.
Also, as long as they haven't updated it, it still says Monday.
What do you mean?
It's not using a Norse.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Name, so it's a release candidate.
That's true. That's true. Very true. Yeah, good. So, for those who don't know or notice, the when they use Viking days in their message of the day for a patch, generally that, on average, it means, well, in fact, I don't know if it's ever not, but it generally means that it's not a release candidate. The minute they start using English names for the week, for the days, that usually points to a release candidate coming. So, yeah, release is probably quite imminent.
Given that I'm currently fairly confident in my prediction that we get a release candidate built today, they let it soak overnight, and then if it goes well, we get a release tomorrow or Wednesday.
I mean, that would be cool for the stream, but if it's, yeah, Wednesday, it might be after I finish streaming, which would be typical. Hopefully no maintenance windows. They may do one before release.
Just don't mention a salvage stream and they'll be fine.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, let's not give any of that away. Not that we're doing that, mind. Are you on the same side? Oh, Gene is here.
Having a trade meet this Friday.
Okay. Well, that's fine, because I think Gene is saying that he's here at Tresla now, so we can probably offload them to him right now. Are you actually on our server, Gene?
Oh.
What price are we doing for him?
APOC might have him on his Tresla.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, true, because we've got different accounts, haven't we, here?
What size are they? 4, I think?
Don't know. It's like, for me, items should be available in the verse. You know, someone creates one or buys one, they take it into the verse, they get killed, it's there. The item should still be tracked as a normal item. But yeah, duping should obviously, and exploits should be obviously addressed. I just don't know how to do it outside of this current process. It just feels like a long-winded process for something that I would hope would have a simpler way around it. But again, I'm not that clever. So as much as I can complain about something, I don't have an answer. Are they size 3s?
So 50k each.
Get this out of the way. Roger that.
That's still cheaper than retail.
Yeah, nice one. How many have we got then?
We got 4 4s. I think those are 3s though. Yeah, those are 3s.
So technically 200 for all 4. Even though they're different sizes. But we could say like 180,000 just for the sake of missing the trade meet, which was my fault. So, you know, delaying it, we could do it for 180.
Well, the 4s are actually 100k each. The 3s are 50k.
Oh, okay. So 300, let's say 250. That makes sense, doesn't it? How does 250 sound? Oh, you just want the 4 4s? Oh, he needs 4 4s, not the 3s. So we have 2 4s, do we? 2 size 4s.
Yeah, I don't think we have 4 4s.
Okay. Well, call it 180 for the 2 4s if you like. 180 for the 2 4s, giving you a bit of a discount versus the 200, the 100 each, because obviously we stopped it. NFT items, stop duping. Hawk, how you doing? So yeah, 431, probably going to release to live this week, hopefully early on. Yeah. Simple solution for armor looting is wearer has just been shot to bloody messy death. The armor is clearly 30. Well, I do wonder, although not necessarily a simple solution, I do wonder when it comes to Maelstrom if they can actually have physical damage with armor pieces. I feel like it might be a little too complex with such a, small
Wanna
items.
lower that?
Oh yeah, can do. Where items will become damaged. I mean, item wear and damage will be a thing anyway. So essentially, you are going to be looting something that is used, and if you do completely annihilate them, then there's a good chance that that does create a bit more of a damaged item, but it can be repaired. Have you got him on your... have you got him... Can you see him on the friends list, Apoc, to get him invited? What's your handle, Gene? I can't remember. I think it's just G blank.
_blank, right?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah, I got him.
Ah, nice one. Yeah, I don't think Tony has him on the friend list, do you? Different account.
Send your lead.
You looted your 4 size 4 attritions for your tack. Yeah, I love looting. I love looting. Like, I very rarely want to buy anything, even in game, because I feel like I can just discover it and loot it. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, this whole, like, price of med gel...
Look how dirty it is.
It all... Oh, flipping heck, yeah, it's kind of like... I love how it looks like here, it looks like it's literally worn away. It's not just like dirt, it's age.
Well, isn't armor, according to law, organic material?
Is it? Oh,
I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, there
I
it is.
don't remember that. Hey up, Gene. How you doing, my love? We've got
How
them
much again?
We'll call it 180 for the 2. Not 180 creds. 180,000. Does that sound all right to you? Free to negotiate, mate.
Yeah.
Nice one. I'll bring the thing back up so that you can store them. Yeah, I hope so, Hawk. I really hope that armor is part of the physical damage stuff. Yeah, send it to my Arthur Cam account, please, G, not my SMB account, if you don't mind.
I sent it to you or to Tony Frost.
Oh, okay, yeah, as long as it's one of us or the other, that's
Awesome.
fine. As long as it's...
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool by me. Good doing business with you. But the whole, like, price of med gel and so forth... Huh? Oh,
Come again.
yeah, please
Get a
come
cheap
again.
discount.
Yeah.
Got it.
They're all, do you want,
200.
oh, 200? Oh, that's very kind.
With a tip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good doing business with you. There you are, Gene. Enjoy.
Thank
For
you.
that price, he gets the concierge tractor beam assistance program.
Yeah, I almost took him out with one as well, that one part of the concierge.
Good travels, guys.
Yeah, good shooting.
Safe travels.
Yeah, we should definitely get more people coming in and buying things like we did with, who was it? One of our org members coming in with the reclaimer to salvage something. Like a location sale.
Yeah, finder's fee.
Yeah. Oh, actually, we took it to him, didn't we? But yeah, the whole price and so forth is like of med gel and all that kind of stuff. It'll make sense in the grand scheme of things. Right now, it's more about like how much does it cost to make 100,000? Sorry, how long does it take to make 100,000? And that is still being tweaked. So right now it seems quite a lot, but it's also the incentive to not get injured, to not maybe heal a tier 3 injury and wait until you get to a clinic. There's intentional reason behind things costing more than what we might initially think it should, or a reason behind why it is not worth it to get your tier 3 healed in a med bed. There's so many reasons behind it because it's oh, RMC. I'll go get that RMC while we're here.
Hang on a minute.
That was a bit random. Yo, Magnetar, welcome. Yeah, the physicalized stuff is so important. Alright. What are we talking? $3,000 payout there, APOC?
3.5.
As always. What am I looking at here? Oh, there it is.
I am kind of impressed with how consistently I managed to refuel this thing at almost exactly the same percent every time.
Makes me very skeptical. Are you thinking of?
Reality is probably like 2K or something like that.
Yeah, actually, I've not. We don't know what his screen says. Yeah,
Bastard.
every time he gets 1.5K. Are you thinking of getting like a 0 to hero account, APOC, or are you not too fussed? Also, do you see any other boxes but the two?
As long as IAE doesn't completely break me otherwise, if they're running a referral reward, I'm going to get one.
Yeah, fair enough. Did you see just the 2 boxes, APOC, or was there more?
I only see the 2.
Alright.
That's a shame. There's attrition. No, not attritions. NDPs hanging in the air.
Yeah, and attritions or ADOS. Are they non? Yeah, they're not in a good. Something's gone on here. Gold mine. Yeah. Alright, we can close her up. I'll send you that moolah. Free space money! Zol, how you doing? Was a bit random, wasn't it? Yeah.
So,
Right.
the first clue.
You got your notepad
Figment.
ready?
Let me just get my iPad actually, because I can bring up the clues. Hold on, before you read that out. Hup. Alright. APOC linked all the clues in Discord for us, so let me pull that up so I can see it. Alright, fire away. Tell us the first clue.
Clue number 1. Where the land wears a shady veil, and the soil hums with quiet growth, the humble outpost tends to its bounties indoors. Cast your eyes up beyond the green, and ye may spy a prize faster than the wind.
Are we thinking Zephyr for this one? That would be my guess. Willpower characters, yeah.
The location clue for this one is the first line.
Oh, Shady Hills, is it? Or what's it called? Is that the one? Shady Plains? Oh, I can't remember.
There's a farming outpost in the ArcCorp region called Shady Glen Farms.
Rightio. Okay, looks like we're heading there then. Fly away on my Zephyr.
Capital over there.
There's a few ships around. Oh, they might be rabbity stuff. Yeah, let's.
Starlands.
Does it? Oh, what the heck?
Shields off.
That was weird. Alright, glitchiness then. Yo, Nemega, I personally don't see Nyx coming this year. Not to say it won't, but I just can't see it happening. I think it is going to be a next year thing, a next year thing. But yeah, I obviously don't know. It's a good one, that wasn't it? That's just my impression. That's all. I could be completely wrong. Ooh, low battery. Fly away on. That was the first time I learned what a Zephyr was, in fact, listening to Chili Peppers. I was like, what the flip are they singing about? I wish it was Zephyr. Such a beautiful place. It would have been much better. So, the PTU Opeth, it's likely going to be tomorrow, Wednesday, maybe. The fact that they have put an English name for the day of the week in the message of the day usually means a release candidate is happening. Daft Punk, thank you for the follow, by the way. And with them delaying or pushing out the rest of the features that were slated for 431, do we even have the updated weapons, ship weapons for 431? Have they been pushed out as well? Then it looks like it's coming soon.
Updated ship weapons, how?
Is it the Bay-Ring repeaters we were getting as part of the...
Yes.
They're in, are they?
Yeah, they're actually in your Apollo video. That top turret uses them.
I did wonder, when I fired that, I did see the barrels and think, as I was editing it, just thinking, I wonder if it's them, but I never saw it get committed, so I guess it is committed, though. It says so, does it?
Yep, those are in.
Cool.
They were lacking animations when I tried to test them. I'm not sure if they do or will tonight, but they are in. The ballistic rework is in.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's anything else weapon-wise.
No, so the only thing to actually slip out of 431 again from 4.3 in itself was that mission pickup on location. Which, God knows when that's coming. But that was supposed to be a 4.3 thing.
Mission pickup on location, and it was never really put in 4.3.1, but we kind of thought it might when it slipped out of 4.3. It was the location turrets.
Oh, yeah, the FPS turrets.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about those. Yo, Tank, do you pay a fee whenever you die now? No, you don't pay anything. Well, if you spawn in your hospital bed, your main location, landing location, you don't pay a fee. If you set your regen to a medical bed, then technically you do pay. Is it 50,000 creds to regen if that's what you're using? So if you're using a medical bed where you've had to fill it up with a canister, then yeah.
It's gel equivalent of 50,000 creds, yeah.
Yeah. Because they kind of doubled the amount of regens. Ooh, wake up in goo, like Matrix.
Green goo.
We appear to have a toddler to my right. You sound like Stewie.
It's star goo.
It's not released. It's not announced as a release candidate yet. They may mention it tonight.
That's where we're getting it.
When they release it.
Out of a star.
They may mention it as a release candidate when they release it tonight. But yeah, generally when they use, I mean they may not, but generally when they use English language name day, day of the weeks, then it's a sure sign that a release candidate is coming.
Hey, Buck.
Yo,
could
mystery.
You press G and turn off gimbals?
Are they annoying you?
I just turned gimbals on.
Yeah, the weapons are going a bit freaky, aren't they?
Yeah, they are going all crazy.
Maybe they're targeting something. Yeah, who's the engineer on board? Whose responsibility is this?
That's gotta be you.
Shit. Just imagine though,
they pop up like
when
that
we
when
do
I turn
need an
gimbals
engineer.
off, but only for you guys.
How strange. So you're not seeing that then?
Mm-mm.
How weird.
No, with gimbals off, they're pointed straight forward, and when I turn gimbals on, they do the usual TOBII thing and look where I look.
I wonder if it is. Maybe that's what we're seeing. It's when you move your head. Just look up a sec.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems to be.
We'll
Unless
see
that's just a
TOBII.
coincidence. Are you using eye tracking as well?
Not eye tracking. Well, 5% eye tracking with the mix.
Very strange. Now how were your teammates already on your ship? They weren't. So what happened is me and Tony has brought his Intrepid. So me and Tony log out in the same location, planet side. Me and my Zeus, him and his Intrepid. And APOC, because it's his main account, he comes from wherever he was when he was last playing and joins us generally before I even get in. So then as soon as I wake up, they just both come on board and take over. It's not they didn't spawn in here to start with, unfortunately.
Well, at least until he gets a proper account.
Well, yeah. Then you can live with us planet-side, APOC. Woo!
Yay!
What would
Then
you
you're
call
no
him?
longer a third wheel.
Call you APOC.
They need to come out with a new starter ship so I can get one.
Is that what you're waiting on? Just something of interest?
Start a salvage.
Well, I'm waiting on a referral event so that I can get goodies on this account for referring myself.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, from what I understand, Robert, in regards to tech previews, what Benoit said is they want to get engineering into the tech preview by the end of the year. Which means they want, and they also said that he wants to get, they're trying, or they think they're very confident that they can get Vulcan out to live, you know, the Vulcan updates, and I suppose the AI stuff as well, but he didn't specify, I don't think, out to live as well before the end of the year, which would then free up the tech preview for engineering to commit. But they never mention anything about keeping engineering in the tech preview or pushing it to live. My best hope is that, aside from engineering going live, which is unlikely, what I'm hoping for is that if they can get engineering to the tech preview by the end of the year, which means Vulcan and AI stuff in the live build, then that could mean we have it over the holidays to test and then release it to live next year. Of course, they could push engineering out to live this year if all it goes well, but I don't know. But yeah, it really depends. It doesn't cost 200,000 credits to revive, no. So it originally, when they first, and bear in mind, it's still PTU, they're still testing, they're still balancing things. When they first brought in the system, it cost 100,000, so one full canister to revive, regardless of what bed you were on. And I mean, that's still the case with the regardless of what bed. But right now, they have said that each bed can hold, or each canister can hold up to 200 gel. That's right, isn't it? 200,000 gel, essentially, or 200 gel, which is essentially the equivalent of 2 respawns. So the cost of the gel is still the same.
Costing 50.
Yeah. So the cost of the gel is 100,000, but because you get 2 respawns within that gel canister, the cost of respawning has been reduced to essentially 50,000 creds. Now, of course, we don't have cost for respawning in hospitals. A lot of it is partly just to try and encourage a revive from another player versus regenerating. They're trying to push it so that players will purposefully choose to revive first. Alright, let's read that clue again, please, APOC. We're out, by the way, mate.
Where the land wears a shady veil and the soil hums with quiet growth, the humble outpost tends its bounties indoors. Cast your eyes up beyond the green, and ye may spy a prize faster than the wind.
Alright, so we need to go inside. Anybody inside? We're coming in. We're not aiming to do any harm, but we will fire back. Whoa, that was me firing. Suddenly had a weird spin going on there. Your helmet appears to not be on. So somewhere where there's a lot of crops and greenery, that's what we got to get to and look up. Not in here.
There's some here.
Alright, let me just check this end room and see if there's anything viable. Cast your gaze up, Deacon. Cast your eyes up beyond the green, and ye may spy a prize faster than the wind. So cast up a look above the green. Yeah, we'll call that a warning shot, not a misfire. Yeah, it's one of these. What's the first clue's amount of digits? Is it 3? Oh, look, a Takietsu M50. Is it 3 digits for the first clue? Yeah, I think so. So, my guess would be 078 or 826.
Or M50.
The M50, yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Little Takietsu model.
Yeah, the number could also be a letter.
True. True. So CHK or DEJ is faster than the wind.
Or the M50.
Oh, I see. So yeah, it is this then. That's the actual thing being here. So M50. Yo, Fire, how you doing? Alright, well that's the first one ticked off then. That makes sense now. Right, we are at TB. Yo, Porco, how you doing? Kyle, welcome.
Find any boxes?
No, I didn't notice any. Is it not normally there? It's been a while since I've been to this spot. They often have some in here, but I wonder if they've removed them. Or someone's been here recently and taken stuff. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. They've also been glitched for a long time.
Yeah.
The whole thing where they stayed open and you couldn't get into it again.
They're not holding off implementing engineering because they think solo players are going to have a nightmare. They're just working on it and they'll release it when it's ready. They're not scared of people's reactions. It's just, if it isn't ready, then it's not ready, you know? We'll check the inventory on this, see if there's anything inside. Alright, that's a fuel pot. Where's the inventory? Is it at the other side here?
It's by the stair.
Is there anything in it? Have you opened it?
Can't click it.
Oh, I've got it here. Yeah, nothing in this, nothing in the personal inventory. But yeah, I don't know if that one that folds out is clickable
Nothing
by
in the
anyone.
gun rack.
Nah, never mind. All right, open her up, APOC, please.
Wow.
Wow. What were you wowing about? All right, we're all in. Thank you, sir. So, clue number 2. Hoist yourself up the spire reaching for the clouds, or Cutter's Rig. Where X be planted on the lone peak, let Odal guide ye to the sixth ye seek. So Cutter's Rig, I guess, is the starting point.
How do you even know that?
What do you mean?
Well, don't look at me with these puzzles because I can't even complete Tomb Raider game.
Yeah, I love Cutter's Rig. We'll also see what ships are around there for looting, but we'll double check that they're fair salvage cures. Yo, Sideways. How you doing? Yeah, Cutter's Rig is one of my favourite places. I remember when it first came in, it was just a diabolical FPS hellhole. Like, literally, you would fly down to it for the first patch, and you would wind up getting 0.2 frames, and it would all stall, and you'd be drastically hoping that you're pulling
so
up.
much worse than that.
Was it, well, like it crash or something? It would just freeze.
Cutter's
wouldn't it?
Rig was one of the 2 outposts when they first introduced those Hurston outposts, that if you went there, it would kill the server FPS for the entire server.
Yeah, they soon optimized it
Cutter's
from
Rig and
there.
Repel, if you went there, it infinitely spawned NPCs underneath the terrain.
Oh, was that why it was really bad then?
And, like, you would go from a nice, perfect, quiet 20 FPS server to 2.
Wow. I just remember wanting to visit it, and every time I did, it would be like...
Well, to be fair, Dunborough was also very heavy on the FPS when that came out.
Yeah, I think it still is, to be fair. But yeah, since then they've just optimized and optimized and optimized, and it's just, I mean, all locations tend to be like that when they first come in. So I'm glad that they are in the process of, you know, being able to optimize them pretty quickly. Grimhex, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they update Grimhex. It's such an old location. It stinks. Yeah, slideshow. I didn't realize it impacted everybody else as well. That says it all. I hate the silence in the ships. You know, like how the audio just does not function. It's so annoying. It'll be nice when we get proper sound back. Oh. Yeah, it'll be so exciting going back to Levski. I mean, seeing Nyx for the first time. Because, weirdly...
It could be cool if they added internal sound from the jumps. That hole is twitching and crunching and...
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's what they intend to do for, like, internal audio, but for some reason, when you enter Quantum, it all just completely stops. It's just horrible. But I remember when we first had the Nyx, or not Nyx system, but the Levski, the asteroid, and it was just, oh, it's finished, so, or it's not finished, it's just developed, so we'll bring that in for you to use, and you could quantum travel to it, and it was just this sort of big asteroid-like planet thing, or a big planet-like asteroid, where you could drive around it, you could go to the People's Alliance location, and very cool. It was one of my favorite places, but it wasn't the Nyx system, right? It was just in the Stanton system, which was pretty bare bones in itself. We didn't have all the other planets at the time anyway. So the fact that when the Nyx system, when that comes back, we are going to be going to a whole new system in itself with all new points of interest, and I mean, it's not going to be super filled because it is a relatively barren location, but that can still be retconned. I do wonder if it is going to be the place that uses the first Genesis, which it can't really, because... No, I think they said it doesn't make sense using the whole Genesis stuff, because there isn't a planet there to get that treatment. And they did say that they would use an existing planet, from what I understand. Yo, Deeds, Wheelie, how you guys doing? Yeah, but both planets are not habitable, and I don't think they'll retcon that. I feel like they'll keep that as is the case. Maybe, I don't know what the actual write-up for the Nyx planets are, but it's, yeah, there's a lot to come in terms of planet tech, and I'm hoping that's something we see either at CitizenCon or next year, but I don't know what planet will be getting that treatment. Reaching for the clouds on Cutter's rig, where X be planted on the lone peak.
There's actually a hint to that in the loading screen for the patch that's coming up.
To what? A hint to what?
The planet that may be getting a planet tech rework.
What's the hint?
The left side of the loading screen shows an image, I believe, of Microtech. It's a generic planet. But the blurb underneath it talks about a recent push to re-terraform planets that have had terraforming accidents in the past.
I never considered that being an actual hint towards this updated planet using Planet Tech version 5. That would be kind of cool. I mean, it would completely retcon a lot of the Microtech planet itself, but I'm sure it'll still be heavily snowy and ice around here.
That's kind of the cool part, is if they do an in-lore, you know, we're going to re-terraform it again due to this new initiative and new tech.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't actually have to retcon the fact that it was an accident in the first place.
That's a very good point. I mean, that would be a cool way of saying it and keeping it in lore and making it make sense with, I suppose, that new technology. Yeah, have some lights.
Heck, they could even screw it up even worse than they did in the first place.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the area around New Babbage will still be ice related because they want to keep it that way. That's the whole point Microtech went for it, so that they could keep their servers cool. But yeah, the rest of the planet can certainly have jump.
The only hint I'm going to give you here, beyond the clue itself, because it had me stumped for a good 45 minutes to an hour, The entire answer to this is all on this oil rig.
Okay. I'm thinking it's the spire that... Oh, no, it's... Hang on. Ignore me. What the heck?
The spire is the first part.
Okay. So, hoist yourself up the spire, reaching far to the clouds, where X is planted on the lone peak. Let Odal guide you to the 6th ye seek. So let's get up top and look for the lone peak. Careful, there may be others around here as well. This place is so cool, though.
You remember when my SRV was stuck in that reclaimer there?
No. Oh, yeah, this part of the structure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the sort of Fallout settlement that I would love to live at. She's probably into bondage. So we're climbing up there. There's nothing. I hope you got an NPC following you.
I'm following an NPC.
She had that weird mask on. That sort of Pulp Fiction gimp mask. That's a sure sign that someone's into bondage. There's a scene I want to forget. I'm loving the Apollo. Hang on, we're not quite at the peak yet. Let's keep going.
Give him a little nudge.
Oh, this guy at the end. Yoink. This other guy's gone all the way up. Yeah, exactly, Gene. Now, smooth sailing. Yeah, Marcellus Wallace. That's just, that was a difficult to watch kind of time. Takes one to know one. I generally keep my gimp mask stored. Saying that, it's quite dark at the moment. I don't know how we're going to really see this lone peak. So, hoist yourself up the spire, reaching for the clouds on Cutter's Rig, where X be planted on the lone peak. Let Odal guide you to the 6th ye seek. I can't see anything out here. I can't see any peak, any X or 6. There's something up that way, though, but I have no idea what it is. Is this doable in the nighttime, APOC? There's kind of an X, but I don't know if it's got anything to do with that.
Maybe I can help.
You're going to light the way for me. I don't think you can because you're not allowed to turn your headlights on. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh. So, what's this? Where X is planted on the lone peak.
You're looking for an X.
Okay. Oh, and like you say, it's all on Cutter's Rig, right?
And it's all on this oil platform.
Are you seeing it, Tony?
No, I see a symbol, but it's not an X.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them blue.
It's a wonderful world.
I am not seeing an X anywhere. What the hell? Am I being blind? On the large landing pad.
I see one.
Oh, on the landing pad.
Not on the landing
Right
pad.
underneath us. There's a guy walking up to it right now.
You flipping what?
Side of the building.
Oh man, what have you done now? What? Hang on, I'm coming to you, Tony. Bear with
I
me.
didn't shoot anybody. I just
Freaked him out.
scared them.
No.
See it?
Oh yeah, yeah, on that building side. Okay, the 6. So is it in a box there or something? Guide you to the 6. All right, let's go down there and see if we can see what's inside.
The X is marking the building you have to look at.
Right, let's go in there then. Thank you, Apoc. Oof. Yeah, we noticed
I'm going to stay
Magnetor.
up here to give light until you guys are done.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean,
Can we just
Ouch.
appreciate a lot of check?
I'm down. I don't think I was watching, and I might have just walked backwards off of off of the tower. I didn't realize. Yeah, I don't think I realized the ladder came to an end and I was on the platform. I was just constantly walking backwards, forgetting that I was high up.
Oh, there you are. I see you.
Yeah, slow clap time. Oh, I tell you, some of the stuff I do annoys the crap out of myself. What a wonderful verse. Roz, how you doing? Remember when CIG said that they won't make ships that have features that aren't in game yet? They said, yeah, they said that they, going forwards, will not do that as much. So according to the logic, does that mean they are working on ship refineries if they are building the Pioneer? Thing is that? Well, I don't know.
You have a strained leg, though.
Gosh, yeah, tier 3 injury. Damn it. Alright, where's this damn box that we're supposed to be getting? Are you running towards it?
I think we have to go up a bit. You took the shortcut.
Oh, I went all the way down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Ship refineries
Didn't land at the bottom of the ocean.
should be something that can come along relatively, I suppose, soonish if they can get it functioning. But I have no idea. It would be nice. Like you say, if they're working on the Pioneer, I think we've got to go inside. Anything in that box?
There's a butcher helmet in here.
Ah, cool.
For whoever was talking about the Pioneer stuff, they got to remember the Pioneer is a long-term white box. They're working on it this year, but that doesn't mean it's coming anytime soon.
True. Then we should essentially see a refinery ship come potentially before it, but who knows? I would assume so. So, where it says, let Odal guide you to the 6 Yi Sheik. I did actually Google what Odal was, and I can't remember what it said now. What's Odal?
Good question.
You'll know when you see it.
There's an X here.
Well, we're looking for something 6.
6 digits. You had the right idea when you were looking in the first clue at the type of things you were looking at.
It's in the card. It's in the playing cards. It's not all the
Nothing on the
numbers.
computer.
6 digits. VIP, that's not it. What's this down here? Oh no, shit. Nuts. No. Gonna ask QF now.
Something upstairs? Can we get upstairs? Yeah.
There's all this ammo here. Look at all this stuff. What's happened here? Anything up there?
No.
code will guide you to the 6
Wait,
digits.
there's some up here.
Ah,
Model
yeah,
number
nice
something.
one. All right, so BT3480. Are we talking BT3480, APOC? Good call.
That's the result I got from this as well, yes.
Rightio. Nice. Okay.
Meet you guys at the landing pad.
Yeah, it's raining too.
Ew.
And it's not raining indoors. But it is raining underneath this thing. That's kind of cool. All right, let's head on back. Man, it's so nice being here while it's raining. That is so cool. This guy's looking a bit aggressive.
Watch it. Metal is very slippery in rain.
Ooh, shrink. Yeah, it'll be nice when they have this sort of physicalized so that it doesn't rain
That's why you
underneath.
fell off, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll go with that. It was skitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I want a clue or an answer, I'll ask for it. All right, let's not put it in chat. Let me let us try and find it first before telling us. But if I need the answer, I will ask. Jim, how you doing? Yeah, me too, mate. Very, very nice. Chris Abbott, welcome.
Also remember that we do not know the official answers yet because we can't put the whole code in. We just know what we've decided previously.
Yeah.
What we've come up with.
Yeah, very true. All right, clue 3. So clue 3 is where memories fade and whisper hisses. Never mind. The treasure will not be. The treasure be not in the stacks, but on the flank, and where the senior keeps the cipher, the secret be yours to claim. So this was. Is this Nevermind on? Was it Magda? No. Was that what we were discussing?
Yes. Never mind the outpost on Magna.
Okay. This is
Yeah,
the
this
pirate.
is my least favorite of the clues.
Oh, really? It was hard, was it? Yeah, this is the pirate treasure hunt that they've
It's
created
just
for Pirate
such a
Week.
vague clue, and there's not really a whole lot there to distinguish it.
Okay. I'm just gonna have a piddle. Yeah, like a day in England, just raining. Like today, in fact, raining and windy. So yeah, we'll see if
We've got a
figure
number
the same
that we
thing.
settled on when we were here last week.
Right. Yeah, so no, aside from helping us, well, when I say, of course, but yeah, we'll try and keep the clues to a minimum so that we can at least see if we all figure the same thing. No, Sneaky, if you go on the website, there are various clues
There's,
that have
I'd
been...
say, at least 4 different combinations here that could theoretically all be the answer.
Oh, okay. There are various clues. So you've got the website, you've got This Week in Star Citizen, you've got Spectrum posts and so forth for Pirate Week. Each one gives off a clue, and you've got to use your knowledge of the verse to determine what the code is. And we're looking for a code that is three digits, 6 digits, 4 digits, 6 digits, 2 digits. And so far we have 5 clues. There's probably going to be another one to come though. That, Chomper, was Cutter's Rig, not a PAF. It's just a settlement, a derelict settlement on Hurston. Not all on the Pirate Week page. Some of them are spread out in different places. Prisoner, welcome. Just gonna have a piddle. yours, eh?
Oh my days.
Alright, I'm back. Welcome, Coda. Yeah, I think the intention is that most, eventually, most of the gameplay and the content will essentially be in-game. But right now, for just a bit of fun, making it both in-game, both outside of game, kind of tying it in. I'm not opposed to it, but a lot of the time, these will be sort of drawn in to being in-game and findable in-game.
They've been making more of an initiative to have stuff in-game. For Pirate Week in particular, it's kind of a treasure hunt for the clues in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not opposed to it at all. I quite like it. But, yeah, like lore as well coming in. Right. So it says...
Sure.
It says, the treasure be not in the stacks, but on the flank, and where the senior keeps their cipher, the secret be yours to claim. So on the flank, I would assume not. Well, let's have a look. Again, it's blooming nighttime. So not in the stacks, but on the flank, where the senior keeps the cipher.
Not to distract you, Arthur, but we have an inventory full of goodies over here.
Oh, now we're talking. All right, on white. Yeah, you're not the only one, prisoner. APOC and everyone else has been saying the same thing. It's not super clear. Wonder what happened here then with the C1.
The landing gear isn't down, but somebody's been taking parts of it out.
Okay. Has the other inventory got anything in?
Nope, just that one.
Nice. Alright, let's see if we can take what we can. Weezer, thank you so much for the 80-month resub. Beers and party, please. How are you doing today? Yeah, grab it all. Might as well. It's all useful stuff. Fit in whatever we can. I've pretty much grabbed as much as I can. Do you want to grab anything else? Just, we take it all. Come back for the rest. APOC, can we just drop some stuff off in your... we don't have a name for our ship, do we, really?
No, we don't.
Be some good stuff to sell here. I'll stick it all in my cabinet for now. Oh, I could have put another weapon. I thought I had two on there. Never mind. I mean, a full armor set here. What else have we got? Fuses. Let's put that in. That's a box compensator.
Is there air on this planet?
I don't think so. I can't remember where we are now.
Absolutely not.
Can you put me a little closer?
What's happened? Where's your helmet gone? Do you want me to get you something?
No, I want to put on the armor he had in his locker.
Oh, check my locker because I've got the helmet and stuff in there. Check my far right locker because I nabbed all that mining armor.
Yeah, but wasn't there a chest plate and stuff?
Yeah, that's also in the thing. Is the ultraflux any good?
I think it's default.
Oh, okay. Alright, so. Not in the stacks, but on the flank. So I'm assuming it's not in the main bulk of the area. I would say, are they the stacks? On the flank would make you think it's to the side somewhere. Yeah, no clues just yet, prisoner. I'd rather see if we all come to the same conclusion to kind of eliminate possibilities. So don't be giving anything away. Well, that... No, it's not talking about that shipwreck. That's just... we find that because there's a player that became wrecked here. That's got nothing to do with the clue. It was Colonel Mustard in the library with a wrench. With a wench. Wait, what? Something to do with a cipher as well. Where the senior keeps the cipher. Oh, Ultraflux is military B. Might be worth grabbing that Ultraflux. It's not a too shoddy.
Alright.
Nice one. On the flank. So not these stacks. So not in the stacks, but on the flank. Are they the stacks? Renoir. I don't know what that says. Yeah, the Zeus is beautiful. Very much like in the Zeus. I don't think I'm going in the right direction just yet. There's something Odell stands for something. Isn't it like the old... I think it was the old English term for money. Odell. So I was kind of thinking, does that have anything to do with it? But in reality, it was just a clue for the actual thing on the wall. It has a lot of meanings, does Odell, in various different languages. I think there's a German word for it and something else. I don't know where you're getting off.
Do you know how many digits this time?
Yeah, 6, this one. In the flank. Not in the stacks, but on the flank. Morning wood. As in hard on, in the morning. Really? Oh, this one's 4? Oh, sorry, yes, of course. Yeah, sorry, it's 4 digits, not 6. In that case... See, that's a stack. Oh. But does it have something to do with an office space? A cipher? A senior's cipher? What does that have anything to do with? Senior?
On the flank, you say, right?
Yeah, let me read it again to you. So, the treasure be not in the stacks, but on the flank, and where the senior keeps the cipher, the secret be yours to claim. Yours to claim. I don't think it's got anything to do with this. I feel like this main structure. Oh, gotcha. Not in the main stacks, but on the flank. Where the senior keeps the cipher. That's nothing to do with it, I don't think. Exit. Yeah, an office of some form, maybe. Oh, hello. Just found a missing person for a mission that I didn't take on. Someone taking this mission on? What on earth? Let's have a look inside the building, see if there's anything in there. I'm a bit of a hoarder. You never know. You never know what's got value and what doesn't. Someone might look inside and see that and be like, I've been looking for that hat for years. So I like to provide. Oh, found the missing person. Well, they don't need the shoes anymore. I'm assuming they've got no loved ones. Don't need a flare. I've got a flashlight on my face. Where the senior meets the cipher. To me, that's like some form of key code or coding of some form. Where the senior meets the cipher. Something old? Being the senior? Or the one in charge, like we
There's
think of
some
the office.
containers over here with keypads on them, but
Might
I don't
be.
see any additional numbers.
Might have something to do with that. They're on them like 3 digits, they're not 4.
I'm trying to get on top to see if there's a code up there.
Okay. On the flank makes you assume it's to the side. I think it might be these boxes down here with the key codes. That'll be a likely option. Oh, we can jump over that. Okay. And it's on the flank. It's on the side. But not on the stack. That would class as a stack, I'd say. So I'm thinking one of these areas, maybe. Looking for 4 digits. I wish I could take the miniguns. That would be nice. Not in the stacks, but on the flank, where the senior keeps the cipher. So where the senior keeps the cipher, where someone stores something of importance. Maybe. Oh, okay. So, welcome, Wonko. So, cipher is, yeah, old word for, or a word for computer, maybe. Huh?
Maybe here?
What you found? I don't see an office or a safe anywhere, Frood, but I mean, it's a 4-digit number, but what's this got to do with?
And the container does have a cipher.
Oh, yeah, no, true. Okay, it's a very plausible one. It's kind of on the flank, but then that number is seen elsewhere as well. That number's all over this spot. But that would make sense. Where the senior keeps the cipher. What's that mean, though? Where the senior... Yeah, true. It says cipher. What does... I mean, cipher means like a riddle or a code?
Like a CEO compartment or somewhere a CEO would hang out.
Yeah, someone of importance. Just check these screens. Is that what you're thinking then? That could be it, APOC? Are you thinking that could be the actual number?
But there's another number here, but that's on a stack.
Yeah, I mean, these are all stacked up as well. With all these numbers on. That number is just repeated everywhere. I feel like it would be something a little less repetitive more than anything, but I could be wrong.
There's one number on this one. It's kind of elevated.
Okay. On the flank, there's nothing further afield, is there? That's to the side. Is this classed as the stack? Or is it like we thought, like a stack of boxes to the side of a stack of boxes? Let me go up, because there is a gangway along the top of here that's to the side of everything. But I don't know if that's it. I mean, it could include a laptop if there is a laptop. Maybe on the roof. Let's go up. We haven't looked up there yet. Yeah, I'm not seeing a manager's office of any kind. And I wouldn't assume it's just at the top of the building. That doesn't really... Nothing points to the top of the building anyway. I'm more just eliminating things at the moment. But where would the flank be? The treasure be not in the stacks, but on the flank. And where the senior keeps the cipher, the secret be yours to claim. Is there a number on the side of here that could indicate something? It's like Jet Set Radio, then I was going to grind down there. The fact that it's mentioning stack, like it's not on the stack, to the side of the stack, like these... Like the stack is... I mean, I would assume these are the stacks, but... To the flank of the stack? Where the senior keeps the cipher. These are the sort of things that when you keep reading them, you go to bed and it just keeps repeating in your head. The graffiti, I don't understand why it would relate to the graffiti though. Look at that. Beautiful. Like, why would it relate to graffiti? What's that got to do with the senior? I mean, it makes sense on the side, being the flank. But where would senior and cipher come into relation there? Not saying it's not by any means. Yeah, yeah, the flank is usually on the side, so it's not within the stack, it's to the side. So you think maybe the text to the side could have something to do with could relate to the word senior and in some fashion. It could do. It certainly could do. See what we've got. Just trying to figure out how they would think about the term flank. Not the stack, the flank. Like, what would class as the stack? Any of these piles of boxes would be classed as a stack, right? But one must stand out to all the rest that have, like you say, a relation to something being senior or a cipher. Are you trying to hint to something here, Apoc? Stack. Ralu. Is this what you're thinking, the SR, or 3166?
Look around that little platform there.
Okay. As in SR senior. No, that's right. That's right. SR does stand for senior. It could be Ralu, or it could be 3166. SR is obviously the abbreviation of senior. That's a good point.
To your right, check out what's on top of those boxes.
Oh, a little note thing.
Hitting up there is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be. So, yeah, so it says where the senior keeps the cipher. So, senior, I suppose the cipher could be the clue of the number. Don't fall off. And then there's the laptop. League game. I mean, could it be game?
And that post-it note contains one of the other combinations that it could, in theory, be.
What you mean?
There are technically 4 numbers on that post-it note.
Right, but they don't have to be numbers, do they?
They don't.
4, 5, 6. What? 4 numbers? What's the first number? I can't quite make that out. The one that's scribbled out, is that a number? Was it like a dodgy looking 5 that they did wrong and they really changed it to... Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, we looked at it a couple times. Sometimes it looks like 1570. Other times it just looks like 15 and then like a 4.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the 7. I think that's just like a forward slash between 5, 4, like the 5th of the 4th, 6 p.m. maybe, or maybe not even a 4. It's not a very definitive 4, that is it? I think it's definitely SR. Senior is
It
Yeah,
could, in
SR
theory, be like an N
3166,
symbol as
repeated
well.
over here.
Yeah. What was that, Deacon? Tony? Oh, hello.
That SR 3166 is repeated over here.
Oh, is it?
So I don't think that's it.
Okay. I mean, the post-it note
Yes.
is certainly a clue. Or you would assume it could be related to that. Let me come and have a look at that one and just see if there's anything of any interest there. Whereabouts are you over there? You see 1556
This looks
there.
like a CEO building of some sort, but there's no way to get in.
Okay. I see. I don't see though. I think the digits need to be quite obvious for us to
we
determine
ended up
that.
settling on last week was that 3166, but we're not sure at all.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to guess, it would either be Ralu or 3166, because that post-it note is too jargony to be a legitimate, guarantee that that's what it's referring to. And I mean, this would probably be, well, I don't know. Oh, there's another one here, look, 7142.
Yeah, there's the other one. This is why I hate this clue.
Yeah. Where the senior keeps the cipher, the secret be yours to claim. Where the senior, so the senior SR keeps the cipher. I would say senior is SR, the cipher is 7142, but the clue is Ralu, personally. Where the senior keeps the cipher, a cipher could be a code. That's where you find the clue. Not the cipher is the clue, but and the numbers are different,
Yeah,
but the word is the same.
SR, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like the clue, the numbering for the next to the SR is different, but that's irrelevant. It's the word above it that is repeated everywhere.
That's a good point, actually.
That's the only thing I can claim from this being the most obvious, likeliest thing, which is what I would currently put down on paper, but I'm not confident with that. I just think it can get overcomplicated quick, can't it, by thinking too deeply when actually it's just someone's just decided that would be the best way of putting this together. I mean, that's all I'm gonna go with. Is I say let's push on to the next one. I'm gonna see about Ralu being the potential word for it, but other than that, I don't know what else could be. Yeah, but the 3166 is also like the senior cipher isn't what the number is going to be, because you've got this one here.
The next one is so stupidly easy.
Figures. Here, Serpent's Wraith. Oh, so this is obviously Cleo's racetrack.
We have to have spent like 2 or 3 hours out here last week trying to figure this out, and then we went to the next clue and got it as we were arriving. So, a metal beast's roar like thunder. Seek and find with keen, clever eyes. The orange blazon leads you. So it's something along the racetrack that is bright orange, like writing or something. I'm assuming. Yeah. And we got some good loot from here as well, which was apparently the intention of doing this treasure hunt, is to find ourselves some good salvage. Yes.
Flanking the stack. The clue is on the container flanking the stack. True. It is. You are correct there. It is flanking it. Like, where does the flanking come in? Yeah, Tomato King makes a good point about the term flanking. Like, that... Oh, I don't know.
On the side of a stack.
Yeah.
I would say.
I still feel, though, the clue is Ralu, which is also flanking the stack above. It says, where the senior keeps the cipher, the secret is there. That's what it's saying, is where that senior has the number is where the clue is. I don't think it's... Because you could say that the cipher is over at the other box as well. The senior and the cipher is over at the other box, but the post-it note isn't. Ralu is. Ralu's there as well. I think if they wouldn't make it so that there are 2 possible options, that's what I would say anyway. I don't know. Yo, Raging, how you doing? Your group was split on that clue as well. Had the feeling we're missing something. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. What was the score on the league game? No idea. No idea. I don't think it was anything that we've been revealed. Like, we haven't heard about anything, whatever game it is. Anyone need anything to drink or eat?
just had some.
Yeah, fine. Hey, Buck. Yeah, thank you, Gene. You reckon deciphered on the post-it note as well? Certainly could be. Certainly could be. Do I have anything in here? I think that's empty, empty, empty. Okay, I need to empty my bottles of water as well. But we got some decent little gear there from that TOBII, from that ship. Nice that people do equip stuff and go out. Obviously they lost their gear, which is a shame. Just had a bacon, egg and cheese sandwich. Does it count? I guess so. Do you feel fulfilled? So I'm thinking it's not gonna be 3166 purely because there is that other senior box with a different number on, but the words Ralu are repeated. You just crash reloaded. I didn't even realize it. Shit.
Yeah, he even put it on cruise control, which could have been dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. They all have Ralu on them, which makes more sense that it's Ralu, because if it was a number, it might be a little harder to discover. But that's not to say that the number is the flank, not on the stack. It's hard to say. Yeah, but what I'm saying is where Ralu is repeated regardless of what the number is different. So 3166 is repeated, but so is the other number next to the senior. They're not saying that senior or the cipher is the secret. They're saying where senior keeps the cipher. So where senior has a number, regardless of what the number is, the secret is there, being what I consider Ralu. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That's just what I'm assuming. That's what I would stick with.
I think you're right. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense in my head, but...
It definitely makes sense. And honestly, that clue is dumb, so I'll take any answer at this point.
Yeah, it's not the easiest one, that. Yeah, I know, Gene. I've drunk, mate. Thank you. I still have a tier 3 injury, but I should be fine for now. Yeah,
what we need is an Apollo.
Yeah, I'm not at that price. I think I'll go to somewhere else to get healed. I wonder if we'll ever be able to heal actual wounds in the game, like outside of beds, like tier injuries. Yeah, we'll write them all down. We'll trial them all. We'll see which one works and which one doesn't, and then go from there. Go to Wicklow's place. It certainly could be bullshit. It certainly could be. Yeah, it could be Tomato King. It's certainly like we can come up with a plausible reason for both. So it certainly could be either or. Did you explore the area around the post-it note enough on the very top of the boxes? No, I didn't. No, I just saw that and then ran over to the one that Tony was at. Is it... Oh, Scorpion. No, I don't think Ralu has anything to do with anything. I think it's just a potential 4 digits that were there. Let me just have a look. Ralu, Star Citizen. Does it mean anything? No. Doesn't look to. For some reason my own videos come up. I don't know why. Just other people discussing this whole clue thing. mean, at the end of the day, they're all pretty decent guesses. Like Mighty says, we just have to keep implementing each and seeing what it says. Seeing what pops up. What do you do with the drunken Pico? What do you do with the drunken Pico? Oh, that heavy armor set. Yeah, it's not the best looking. Did you want that full armor set? Did you get it out of the cupboard, yeah?
I put it on.
Yeah, nice. That's the grey cat mining one.
Yeah.
It's nice they had a full set there. Shame they had to lose it, but, you know, their loss.
Sucks to be them.
It did. I wonder what happened. I wonder why they died there. I wonder what happened, because technically it's not a place that you... I mean, you can get attacked by turrets, but they weren't blown up. Did they fall through the planet? Did they
You get attacked by other players.
Yeah, or other players, true. It is now a bit of a hotspot for players, considering the clues take.
You should have seen Cutter's rig over the weekend.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's hard enough when there's plenty of ships there. Or just a few of them. Death by misadventure,
At one point
yeah.
last week, I logged on, went to Cutter's rig, and there were 3 Idrises having a knockout brawl over the top of that thing.
Oh, man. It's always dark when we go to these places now. It was light when we came here
Well, you
first.
didn't want it to be daytime, did you?
Oh, that's too easy, isn't it? How are we going to see this damn orange letters? The orange blazon. Or is it fire? Maybe the fire, then I'm guessing. The orange fire leading to the plunder?
Yes, what we're looking for is orange and lit up, so nighttime almost makes it easier.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, it will. The whole problem with, like, players being able to just get their Idris and go, where have they gone? Let me fire my railgun at them. Where are they? There they are. That won't be possible. The minute you start pulling those sorts of maneuvers, your ship's going to fall like a lead balloon and just go boom. If you want to just keep us all in the ship, is it this entry sign or the start line? Oh, hey up, weird lighting bug.
2 vanguards.
Oh yeah, we should probably check some stuff here as well. So,
Yes.
yeah, we're looking for a 6-letter... There it is.
Yes, we are.
Or 6 digits. Yeah, that's quite a straightforward one, isn't it?
Did I mention that this one's really easy?
Should we have a look at some of these ships and see what we
remember.
can find? Watch it be the 146 NXU. Like, damn it. Someone's
It's a
been racing.
dragonfly too.
Yeah, they've been
That
racing
one.
by the
Yeah,
looks of things.
Dragonfly, there's what looks like most of a Vanguard upside down.
Yeah, we should take a look, see what's what with them.
Some of those come with attritions.
Yeah, let's have a look at it.
What is the right way up? Deadbolt 5 on the nose.
Is that worth grabbing? Yeah, a monkey with a gun.
I don't think
How
they're
you
sold
doing?
in stores anymore.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, they are. Crusader.
Oh. Are they worth grabbing? You think?
Huh.
Shit. Helmet check.
They're a bit of a niche weapon, but it's people like them.
Okay. I think I need to just... Can you just open the back door, please, APOC? My oxygen is going a bit skew-if. Thank you, mate. There we are.
Nothing in storage.
Oh, you might need to turn off the things for me, T.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, nice one. No point in getting the front weapons, is there?
That's the Deadbolt 5 though.
Well, no, the Asperies, not the Asperia, the front cannons. These little cannons on the front, the CVSAs. There's no point in grabbing them, is there?
Oh,
I don't know though. Should we grab these front cannons, APOC? Do you think they have any value to those?
Don't bother.
Alright.
They're crazy cheap and also only fit on the Vanguard.
Alright then. Alright, let's look at the next ship then, see what else we can find. Welcome back, Artyom. How was your meeting, sir? Yeah, we're still alive. We're just finding the clues for the treasure hunt, while also seeing what we can scavenge from other ships that have probably fallen to a unfortunate fate during this session. Not this session. Yeah, they should technically fit in the backpack. Just lob them in there. You saw an executive edition Sealand earlier. You're trying to get better at dogfighting, are you, monkey? How are you doing that then? Are you in Arena Commander or something? Oh, giant. Bleh. An Asgard. Oh no, it's another Vanguard, is it? This is the upside down one.
This one actually is upside down.
can you line me up? Or is it not open? Is anything wrong?
Yeah, they are locked still. Scavenging on the scavenger hunt, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, sugar. Oh, boy. Oh, you flipped her. That's good.
Uh-oh.
It's alright. We might be... Oh.
We got a rogue ship.
It's like... It's got a
She
mind of
ain't
its
quite
own.
dead yet.
Well, don't need to do any death-defying leaps inside it. Got a New Year-long project. Sounds fun. Yeah, I'm having a great day, thank you, mate. What are you doing? Step on the rock. Oh, you got it. I'll have a look inside and all.
Nothing.
What does that say? No appropriate item. It's weird. Got the torpedoes in here. I'm assuming there's no point in grabbing these right now.
Don't think we can get him out.
Oh yeah, there is that. It should be good to grab anything we need, but I don't think there's anything of any worth on it. It's only got Klaus and Werner repeater on the front.
I think it's a badger and that's it.
Oh yeah.
It's not really anything.
Can't grab the turret, can we? There's no point to that.
No, it's a rocket
Yeah.
turret, I think.
Rubbish. All right, RTB. Well, Stacy, there's 7. More money, more ships. Always a good day, absolutely. All right, I'm on board, APOC. Wildcards might join you in some time if you're up for it. Wildcards? What does that mean? To be honest, I don't think there's enough time for any guests at the moment because we're almost about done for the day. So at the moment, Fred, there is some decent money to be had in scavenging, Mostly when you sell to other players, provided you can find weapons or components that are any good. Yeah, copy. But the economy team are looking into...
The last clue's in Pyro, so that would take us quite a lot longer.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we'll do that another day. They are looking into making scavenging a bit more profitable and more interesting.
By a mining base on the way.
To sell RMC? Wait, what? A mining base?
No, one of those abandoned ones. See if there's any shit.
Oh yeah, can do. And see if there's anything around. So yeah, right now you can't really make much profit in selling used components, especially default ones. You can't sell them at all. And if you find anything of any good substance, like military A, upgraded components, you don't really want to be selling them to a shop, because you can probably sell them, but you will get far more from a player. But as I say, the economy team will be working to kind of make it more profitable. Look how old our ship looks now. Can you see the wings on the right and left? You'll have to look at your right hand side one. It just looks aged. Yo, Rob, how do you find all these wrecks? They're just player wrecks. Yeah, let's try not to repair it. Only if we get like serious damage. Talking of which, I haven't actually paid you yet.
Change the visual look.
Sometimes on some ships it does.
Yeah, I thought they did.
It definitely doesn't on the Zeus.
Oh, okay. That's good then, because I've
tried to repair the wear and tear off of my Zeus so many times. There's no way to get rid of it except claiming.
Oh, well, I'm happy about that. So these wrecks, the reason why we're stumbling upon them now is because the treasure hunt, as part of Pirate Week, sends us to these locations. So naturally more players are going to be at these locations. There might be clashes, there might be people destroying their own stuff, so you find them more commonly. But ultimately you just fly around going to certain locations, like settlements, you know, ones that are just map based, ones that are on the map, and you will find plenty. Oh, what are they? Is that an org wildcards? Have I tried Golden Riviera? Yeah, I've been to Golden Riviera before. It's a nice place. A cutter? Where? This one here.
Yeah, what's it doing down there?
Is it in the middle of nowhere?
Pretty close to the middle of nowhere.
Let's go see if
it's
they're
not
alright.
Showing an owner, but it's not showing game rules either.
Yeah, we can investigate, can't we? See if they're alright. Yeah, bunkers are often graveyards because ship graveyards because of the amount of people that go there and just die and then quit. DCs can do as well, yeah. The trouble is sometimes you're dealing with an armistice zone, but not necessarily all the time.
It's in Headhunter's liver.
Oh, okay. Do we think it's an NPC?
Might be a dev ship.
A dev ship?
I've seen a lot of those lately.
Nice one. Where is it in relation to the... Oh, I see it. Oh. Can we actually get developer ship, headhunter skins for our ships? It looks pretty bad shape. Anyone on board this cutter? Are you alright?
Yes.
Not anymore.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it was intentionally landed here. It could be someone living out here, but it's not looking in good shape. Anything in the cupboards? My precious. Been going through Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power.
Where's the internal storage on this one?
Which one is it? It should be in the living quarters near the cargo, near the entrance. Oh, is it the Rambler?
Orders from one of the emergency shelters here.
You what, APOC? Sorry? Yeah, it's here.
Where this position is around 7 kilometers away from one of the emergency shelters here at Microtech, but there's nothing else around for probably 40, 50 kilometers in any direction.
I bet if we flew towards it, they may have had like a pulse or something, perhaps. Or they might have just wanted to log out. I don't know, why would they end up out here? Landed intentionally. I guess they may have just tried to... But if they logged out, the ship would have disappeared, so I don't understand why it's still here.
Yeah.
I wonder if they were just plonking it down and driving to... But no, it's a Rambler, so there isn't really a lot of room there to put a ground vehicle in. Anyone around? Let's still
Get a PTV in the back, but that's about it.
Yeah, right.
And a pulse.
Oh,
But not if they value their lives.
Shall we just fly lowly towards that outpost, that aid shelter, and see if there's any clues along the way, like maybe a destroyed ship?
Have a look.
Yo, Baldo. Yeah, good old Microtech. Alright, we're on board. Let me get in the turret and I'll see if I can sight down. Could have died to Copian. Yeah, they could have been out here hunting. Could have had a pulse. Hard to say, really. Be nice if we do get xenomorph style things. A lot of like graphical glitches where it looks like the earth is sort of tearing a little bit and it makes it feel like you're seeing something, but it's not. Oh, bedtime.
Some grazers down there.
Hmm.
They appear to be undisturbed, though.
Unlike my daughter. She's disturbed. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. She's not. That was too easy. Man, there's a lot of woodland here. It'd be a nightmare navigating through this. Especially anything like a pulse.
Testing void?
Yellow.
I'm clear.
Yeah. I lost. Void. They've definitely added more trees. to the
Yeah.
map.
This place is dense. We could have literally flown past any bikes or people multiple times and I wouldn't have had a clue. Be cool when we do get
The
proper
one thing
search and
these are
rescue.
missing is undergrowth.
Yeah, I think when we saw the biomes at CitizenCon, that looked much nicer, like proper foliage on the ground that makes it look less like just a flat terrain.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
And
we'll-
multiple tree heights as well, besides just the
Yeah,
short and tall
that's
ones that
true.
we've got here.
It'll be very cool when if we see Microtech get updated with that tech. This place is going to look beautiful.
That's
What-
my theory. It's a bit of a wild theory for now, because all we've really got is that one thing from the loading screen.
Well, I kind of feel like it's one of the likeliest of candidates. It can only really be Microtech or Hurston, I would think. Not to say they can't completely retcon a whole planet, but unless they're planning on rolling it out with something like Terra or Castra, but I just don't feel like they'll wait that long. What's our proximity to the outpost now?
A couple of kilometers at best, it's just over this raid.
Okay. Can you imagine doing proper search and rescue, though, looking for people, looking for a beacon of some form? Yeah, absolutely no idea why that cutter was there. I mean, it could be a few reasons.
So random.
Hmm.
These are the last place I usually expect to see abandoned ships because they're so far out in the middle of nowhere and there's not really a whole lot of reason to go to them, especially here on Microtech.
Yeah, the aid state. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. There's nothing around here, is there, vehicle-wise?
Might be a few boxes to look in.
Yeah. Sure thing, Hyper. Mate, thank you so much for the 50 gift subs. That is very, very cool of you, and I very much appreciate it. So, Genesis Artyom is the internal word for their Planet Tech system. So, what they're working on is Planet Tech version 5. Right now, all of this is Planet Tech version 4. Planet Tech version 5 introduces a lot of other features like soil type for farming, better terrain, so it's less repetitive, less patterned, more unique. Oops, sorry, more unique biomes like rainforests, jungles, amongst others.
Right.
Might find a Pico ball. Oh, no Pico ball. And many other updates. So what we've heard is that they're working. Hey, they're working on an existing planet that has been completely converted to Planet Tech version 5. So instead of rolling it out Planet Tech version 5 to a few different planets with, you know, snippets of it, from what we understand, they're planning to do one full planet utilizing Planet Tech version 5 to sort of show it off in that sense. Yeah, not much. Yeah, sometimes Pico balls. Well, I guess we should start heading back to Mr. Intrepid.
Back to the ships?
Yeah. Oh, this Zeus needs a
Yeah, I
lick of
was
paint.
just checking. It's nighttime back there, and we can set up campfire this time.
Hey! And you've brought all the flame colours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rock placement's being better. Just... Alright, we're on board. Nice one. Well, no, I don't know when it's going to come. It'll likely come sooner than 2027, but it's...
One of the big things with Genesis
depends.
for me is the systemic nature of it all.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the whole... it's the rule sets, they're not like just making these artificial planets. They're trying to create a genuine ecosystem that connects everything, and that includes flora and fauna. It includes seasons, soil types that will require, you know, different plants require different soil pHs and so on. The weather will all be tied into it. The different biomes that they will continue to develop new biomes throughout time, and then obviously all the alien biomes as well. But right now, like what their aim is, eventually, is to create all the biomes that they can plausibly come up with to make Earth. But then also create the alien versions and just go to town with it all. Yeah, Starcitect, if it all comes at the same time, we could get all these clusters and sectors and just fill out much more locations. Welcome, Solar. Yeah, as Wonko says, it is not live yet, but it's looking likely that this week there will be a live candidate or a release candidate, maybe tonight. Yeah, less random rock placements, more logical rock placements, exactly. Sure thing, bullshit. Have a good one, my friend. We'll catch you next time. More biomes than you can shake a geography degree at. If I had one.
Yeah. I think my current overall theory is that they use this new lore initiative to re-terraform planets that have had terraforming accidents, otherwise known as Microtech. And Microtech becomes warmer and gains swamp and rainforest biomes, because we saw those two were progressing quite nicely last year at SitCon.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. it never occurred to me to think about the whole terraforming of, you know, like building it into lore. In my head, I'm just like, they'll just bring us a new microtech and not say anything about why. But making it gamified is a good way to, like I say, not need to retcon. I think that would be a cool idea. But again, I suppose Babbage still needs to remain cold for the lore of keeping the servers cool, but that doesn't mean the rest of the planet doesn't have to change. Did it specifically say
Babbage
about...
is in a relatively cold area of Microtech as well.
Yeah,
so.
it's like the like they'll eventually. I think all planets are going to have their own technical regions. That makes sense. So you know, on the maps, you'll see which region is which, and it'll make sense to the biomes and so forth.
All right, I just went back and found the image.
Oh yeah.
Once I'm landed, so because I'm not reading when I attempt
Crash.
to land.
Yeah, as Baldo is saying there's a lot to it. You've got proper seasons coming, which
But
again
the image
tie
is
into
definitely
farming.
Microtech that they've put along with it.
Right, nice. My original guess was going to be Microtech for this whole planet update, but I couldn't really guess between Microtech or Lorville just because Hurston kind of suits it more with the type of biomes they showed off. But I'm glad it's likely going to be Microtech. I mean, it could be Pyro, it certainly could be, but I think APOC is onto something there with the little clue they put in the lore. And I don't think we're too far away from getting... You've got to start the campfire, Deacon, Tony.
I am.
Oh, it's a foggy old time out here. Hopefully we don't stumble upon Neville. But yeah, I like the idea of them tying it to lore with the whole terraforming process. You're right there, Airport. You broke.
So, the blurb reads, citing the numerous technological advances made in the past few decades, a new startup claims they could adjust the harsh climates on several previously terraformed worlds. While some are heralding the potential opportunity to address past mistakes, critics say that the risk of having another Mars tragedy is too high.
Nice one. And that, you know, naturally, they could just be showing Microtech for the sake of it was a terraforming mistake that made it continuously cold and harsh.
Yes.
But it does also point to the idea that, as they said in the past, recently really, that they want to transform or use Genesis, Planet Tech 5 on an entire planet first. It does kind of lay way good into that idea. True, yeah. I mean, but that's the thing. Like you say, Hurston was stripped.
I posted the loading screen in an Imgur link in chat as well.
Oh, nice one. Yeah, so if you have a look at that, that's the theory behind it, because it shows an image of Microtech. It shows this, you know, that caption, keeping it in lore. This looks pretty cool with all this fog tea. Come join us by the campfire, APOC. That yellow is...
On my way.
It's blending into an orange. Maybe take one yellow out? Would that give it... Oh, you've got red as well to come, yeah, I see. Oh, look at that. Just wait for that Microtech Yeti to suddenly appear. Yeah, I'm to believe you guys. I think Microtech is the most plausible option. And I'm hoping I'm also hoping that by them mentioning it in the news, you know, screen, that it's not too far off from actually being shown off. If that could be shown at CitizenCon, that would be pretty phenomenal. Arr, this is the life. Now this is true off-grid living. Warming our cockles next to a bunch of flares. if they make regions,
How much
they
shit do
can
you think those are giving off?
2. They can offload stuff that is not near players and maybe. Oh, they don't need to do it like that. So the whole they have their own object container streaming, bind culling, server meshing tech that already does it. What I mean by regions, I'm not referring to technical regions of, you know, culling things at a distance or LODs. What I'm talking about is regions like, you know, counties and more geographical regions rather than technology. Yo, roughneck. Put a chocolate bar down to attract the Yeti. Could you imagine it just comes lolloping out of the hill? Yeah, that's what we've been doing, Baldo. We've been doing that today. Got a baby Ruth. Well, this is very pleasant. Shame head tracking doesn't work while sitting. More than one city planet.
Yeah. Only some of them work when you sit on a bench or something like that.
Yeah, the whole seat animation it needs updating. Well, we did some good hunting there. That was interesting. We'll see if another clue comes tonight. See if we get a release candidate tonight. And I reckon it's, what was it, Ralu? That's going to be my guess. Bick, how you doing? We'll see what happens. Where's my flat cat? Yeah, that's true. No flat cats yet. Suppose I should make my way to bed. Ooh. Keep an eye out for any of those burials.
We need pet Cobian to keep guard over the camp while we sleep.
What am I seeing over there? Where did we... Oh, did we land a little further away from the Intrepid? Yeah, that's not another ship I'm seeing over there, is it?
Intrepid's right in front of the zoo. In
front of the Zeus? Oh, that's your ship, is it, Apoc?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't forget, put out the fire, Tony. You know, we've got to make sure that we're keeping it safe. Not that in this frozen wasteland we're going to ever see a fire happening. It is very Silent Hill, Holmes, yeah.
It is kind of a chemical fire.
That's true. It can spread. Yeah, this whole, like, just if you hear those sirens going off and snow start falling or ash starts falling, then you got to panic. Waiting on the Heinlein's estates lawyers. What's that all to do with Wonko? Night, gents. Happy travels.
Night, Arthur.
Have a good one, Apoc. Immediately out of range the minute he put his foot down.
Night, Arthur.
Thank you, Gene. Yeah, we'll be... so this Wednesday is my birthday. So we'll be doing a cool old hunting stream where we... In fact, it was supposed to be something that Deacon was setting up for Thursday off-stream. Because it was heavily requested, but we will be doing it on the Wednesday so that we can all do it together where we go hunting for copians, cave copians and whatnot. But obviously with it being my birthday, see about doing some giveaways as well. That would be nice. But yeah, looking forward to that. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, okay. I thought I'd heard the term flat cats before. I guess it's relating to something else, though. Alright, let's just go. Bip, 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 bip. Hopefully, soon, we actually get an understanding of what is going to be shown off at CitizenCon. I know usually they give out the itinerary a bit beforehand so we can kind of get an idea as to what to expect. This time with it being... pretty much a small scale one, we might not get. I can't log out because of that stupid PTV. Have you logged out already? I've got to move the PTV. It's recognizing other vehicles in here, and it's not allowing me to log out. So unfortunately, we're going to get rid of this little grey cat thing. How annoying. That's such a shame. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to reveal a proper itinerary of what we're going to see, or if they'll just give us, you know, make it a surprise. Don't like the way that that's moving. I should probably have turned it off, because if this just continuously creeps towards my ship. Let me see if I can log out quick before it happens. Oh, it's cold out here. Oh, blimey. That's just because it's cold. All right. No judgment, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't. It was the last loading screen, wasn't it, that they had the flat cat competitions and whatnot. How it's gone out of hand. There we go. Stupid PTV, as if we can't log out with that. Yeah, nothing Squadron 42. I think they'll discuss a few things, but who knows what, right? That's the difficulty, is knowing exactly what they will show off versus what they may or may not. It's too hard to say, really. Anyway, I will be back on Wednesday for my birthday. I will see you all then. Looking forward to that one. In the meantime, we have a 431 PTU patch coming tonight. Very good chance it is going to be a release candidate, purely because it says Monday instead of Mondas or whatever the... that's not the right one, is it? That's Skyrim. Although that might be the Viking one, I don't know. Yeah, so we could be seeing a good 431 release this week, which brings all the medical changes, ballistic changes. There's the Apollos, amongst other things. Oh, I see you. I have another monitor with everybody's image up. Manadagar. It's definitely not Manadagar today. It's Mandagar. It's Monday. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see who we have right now to pass it on to. Big thank you to Hyper, who is not here anymore, for the 50 gift subs. That is incredible. Thank you, sir. Oh, we got... who was we supposed to... Was it Spooner or something we were supposed to pass it on to the other day? I can't remember. You gotta bake me a vegan cake. I'm hoping Rachel and Summer will be doing one. They haven't told me so. But I don't know, ask, just in case, you know. Summer's a good helper, to be fair. But Rach does make nice cakes. Ooh, I hope there is one. Right, who have we got? Let's have a look. Yeah, we do have applesauce. We don't always use applesauce for it, but it's a good substitute. That or flax seeds. They can help sometimes for binding. But, I mean, you don't need eggs in cakes anyway. So, plenty of other ways. Is it Spooner we're passing it on to? Or Power GPU? We've got Moist Noodle or the 5-star. What do you reckon, Sandman? Hey, I didn't used to mind a good old leg of lamb. Aldo bring. Or Spooner. Should we go Spooner? I used to love it when you'd have a leg of lamb and it would all fall off the bone. Alright, so let's go Spooner, because he's closer. I've lost him. There he is. So, /raid Citizen Spooner. All right, there we go. I will see you all on Wednesday. Have a great evening, whatever it is you get up to, and here's hoping that we hear about a release candidate. Is that not playing? Did I pause that? Sorry about that. Let's hope we hear about a release candidate tonight. Get 431 out the window. Look at getting Vulcan into the PU. Get engineering into the PTU. Hear about what's going on with CitizenCon and what we're going to be getting. That would be nice as well. This is my end screen. Have a great evening, whatever it is you get up to, and I will see you all bright and early on Wednesday for a birthday stream. Woohoo! All right, see you all soon. Bye-bye.